Testing 1, 2, 3. Malo lau Maria hoik, le tong koto, malo etang. This is just a few notices ahead so that you'll be aware that there will be slight changes in the program. In fact, a significant change because of the weather conditions. And so all the aspects of the Baha'i burial ceremony that was to be conducted at a gravesite at around 3 o'clock today, all will be transferred here because of the weather. Despite the adjustments that we are making behind the scene, we will be there on time accordingly to 2 o'clock. That will be the time for proceeding to the graveside. Almost everyone, if not all by now, who is participating has been informed of the change. If you have not, it means two things. Need not worry, you still have your role. Secondly, you might be the last person to be informed. So in times of trying times and tests and difficulties like this, we walk together in love and unity. Thank you. By the way, my name is Sione Tuitahi. I'm going to be your MC for this morning. Also, I will conduct some parts of our family devotional meeting this morning in collaboration with some of our brothers and sisters in God. You're aware that this is a wonderful Methodist church of Hillsdale, and it has become a Halaholo family church. We have sung here, George, the last holy site that he visited in terms of the presence of God was this very church, not too long ago. So it's wonderful that you are here today to pay farewell and to join him in his last journey towards the next world. I was told, and I believe, and I know, it's a better world than this. So need not worry, he's in a happy place. Thank you for that, and as I said, we will begin in a few minutes. Malo apit, kafe etbe kau ngah fatongia fafe kau sina, kau mari beba. Me mai begi ho me anga ke tau ke mormal fatongia ko ini. Kai tukupegi whahoko peo tau whatongia tataki tau whanonga pongpong ini. Te kai pia kau ngā whai whatongia ko ke whawhi me ke tau ni whatongia whakapo whapito. Koe tau lot pegi o tō mui peta hau tau tui mo tau kotoa ki ai mua whai. Mālo, ko ki tuang beha mga minitsi ke whakawenga maari e ngā aue ai whamiri ki sino te kia ke mau maari ka tau toki kamata. Mālo. Tapu moe awhio ai tai hamai I ho tau tonga. Koe ofa hao niu, koe tokai maananga. Koe ne uha, moe ne laa. Moe koloa kotoa pe, I he funga e whonua, moe wawa. O inasta tau ai pe, ai masiva pe moe koloa ia tuunga I he ne ofa tuunga a. Pe mamai pe, ai masiva ilo pe moe poto, halanu pe, ha whonua pe, ha tui pe, he koe whanau kotoa pe ki tau tau, ai o tua mo ui pe taha. O tau tui, tauhi, ofa, mo whalala, pe huu ki a te ia. Tapu ki hono wharetapuni. Whakatapu atu, eiki tui hawhatai. Eiki tui loko mana, tuita. Pea moho eiki. Whakatapu ki he whaiwhekau. Ai whamiri, pea moi kāinga lotu koe ni. Kāinga lotu, Methodist whakatahataha o Hillsdale. Ki mua ke hoko atu. Mi he kotoa hoku loto, moku lau maari e. O kou whakamalo matu aki loto hounga mo oni. O whakafofonga I ai whamiri, sinoi mea whakafofonga I si kāinga lotu pahai o Taufu'i. I he whakamalo koe uhi, ko ho o whaki ofa koe tu oua hake pēni I he loto I he mahina I whaa. Ke kātoa mai e whamiri Halaholo, mo kupu kotoa pe. Ke tau whakahoko e whakamāwai koe ni I ho tau apini. Pea nge koe ku tūku hua, ka koe whakamātoa to mo oni. Koe wharetapu koe ni o eiki, kua hoko ia koe wharetapu o whamiri Halaholo. Pe ku ke karistiane, pe ku ke pahai, pe ku ke kau he aluhanga tonu, tau kātoa heni. Tau whakawhetahi o tua. Ko hono potu maa oni ne taha, ke tau lotu ai. Pea ko whakamaro ki he whaiwhekau, pea ki kai ke whakapi, pea tapuanghe, pea mo wholabuna, mo e hoa, ka maho inga ke whakailonga, ake lota honga. Ai ofa au hua tō whaiwhekau, ko ke si whea ma ai whamiri. Pea mo e tauhi ho patongia ki he eiki. Patongia au pere ngesi, ko e tui whio e ngahi tui. Ka koe whatongia maho inga I he aho koe nu where mo whawha ngai whainga tāko tope I he māmani. I hene pe he, o maho inga ke tau turi ki he merino, pea moe wōwonga taha. Moe whia whakalau maarie I a sihova. Koe kawe inga koe ai whaiwhekau, koe kawe inga pea e pekia. Mahana ne toka teu peke tau womi ki heni, he ahoni. Whatapu make he ki he whanawhala maarie whakakolo e kāinga lot pahai, o Pittsburgh, pea moe wāhenga koe ni, pea whakatapu atu whoki ki he honga whamiri, whakatapu atu makehe ki si iwi tou, manu, toki vovo Halaholo, ka maa si whanau paea. Andrew, Sane, Merino, Moana. Whakatapu ki si e mau whae o kei toi, si lata Halaholo. Whangatoko whawhine, whangatoko ua. Ka inga ofa kotoa pe. Ka inga lotu. Ngai kau ngā mea, ngai maheni. Mula mai pungpungini, ki tau whae whakamāmai koe ni. Ko lawe ipe wongonga ai taimi, tau ki kamata tō mui, ka kupau pe ke tau wheunuaki, kai lawa ka kato pe whatongia he taimi. In the name of God, the all-knowing, the all-loving, with the depth of my heart, I extend to you a very warm, sincere welcome in this beautiful, wintry, cold morning in Hillsdale. Welcome. Welcome each and every one. The dear families, members of the nobility, Tui Halafatai, and the Honourable Tui Lokomana, members of the Tongan community, Reverend Salamasina Buna, the minister for this parish, members of other clergies from other denominations, members of Local Spirit Assembly of the Baha'is of Pittsburgh and the Baha'i community, dear friends, co-workers, again, a very warm and welcome to you all. It's my honor to welcome you and be the master of ceremony for today, as well as conducting the Baha'i aspects of this final family service for our dear brother in the Lord, Siaosi, as you know, George, Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. We start a bit late, but we will adjust. Without further ado, I would like to invite those who participate. According to the program, there will be some prayers first before I hand it over to the Reverend to welcome all and to conduct our devotions for this morning. So may I call on Benjamin Halaholo and Laura Halaholo. Please come forward and recite two Baha'i prayers before I hand it over to Salmasina. If it's your wish, Laura, Benjamin can say it on your behalf of the family. Benjamin, please come forward. Thank you.
O thou kind Lord, O thou who art generous and merciful, we are servants of thy threshold and are gathered beneath the sheltering shadow of thy divine unity. The sun of thy mercy is shining upon all, and the clouds of thy bounty shower upon all. Thy gifts encompass all, thy loving providence sustains all, thy protection overshadows all, and the glances of thy favor are cast upon all. O Lord, grant thine infinite bestowals, and let the light of thy guidance shine. Illumine the eyes, gladden the hearts with abiding joy. Confer a new spirit upon all people, and bestow upon them eternal life. Unlock the gates of true understanding, and let the light of faith shine resplendent. Gather all people beneath the shadow of thy bounty, and cause them to unite in harmony, so that they may become as the rays of one sun, as the waves of one ocean, and as the fruit of one tree. May they drink from the same fountain. May they be refreshed by the same breeze. May they receive illumination from the same source of light. Thou art the giver, the merciful, the omnipotent. Abdul Baha.
Ua tua ia, hike keia ke maulunga, ro eiki o ofa alirei, o foki ofa. Koloria ke te koe, e o tua, ko eiki maalohi au nio. O kofa moni ke au nio o maalohi, e mo mafi. I o pure, e mo ofa alirei. I o keresi, e mo maalohi. Ai maa te fua o nau, e mo whao taha o i toi moni. O maoni oni mo maurunga, o kuhiri o ia i mamani, e mo mea katoa be o kui ai. E o tua, o kuke a whio i whakatarara au me mea katoa be, kau toka taha be ki hea whiona. O pīkitai ke te koe, e whata whoki au ki o sengi o whaki o wha. Ki e hewani o ofatunga. Ki e whetu aho o keresi. Eiki, o gowha moni aia o ku iho se wani tini. Nā ke ai ke te ia o koroa, ka koia e lau maari e o ku ai. Ko ke whake ai ai mo ui i e mamani. O kou kore me te koe, a ke hoi fua e la a o whaha. Ake ai mesi, Ke mau mea te ia aia koe na ane whai i o ngai aho. Whangofua pe tene lava o te ngā ki ai koloria mo whinangalo lerei mo te ngā aki i ho whi maua ene ngāwe. Heo kua tua, kua au ka moi mea ko toa pē ko whakatupu o mau whakamo oni i o mafi. Pea kou kore ke te koe, e ua moa na whakatafoki ma mao mea awhiona. E lau maari e koe ni upa aloatu ke te koe. I o pot whakalangi, o pātaisi marunga, mo o whonga whakalakalaka ke ofi e toai ke awhiona. Ko koe ia ko eiki a kakai ko toa pē. Whangofua e o tua o se wāni tini, te tākanga mo kakai whiri. O kau maoni oni, mo kau palofita, i ngahi pot whalangi. Ai au ko i kai lava ke tohi pi whamatala. E o eiki, koe taha masi wani, o le mate, o alu wawe atu, i e pore anga aho koloa ia. Koe muri i ono api mau, i o pot tapu. O mamahi ne whii noa ke vai tawhalangi o whaki ofa. Ua e whakatinga ia e eiki. Mi hano i nasi e kena ngā mau ta whea o keresi. E me he ofatu unga o whaki ofa. Pe mōni ko koe koe mafi. Koe anga rei, koe whaki au niu. E ua tua, ko koloa ko whaki atu ke te koe. Ko hange ia ko keresi mo o whaki ofa. Aia kune kāpui o ngahi pure anga i o māmani pa mo hewani. Ke whaki mai toko taha ouni, kone taile rei ho ngahi whaki mo ho ngahi whakalangilangi. Pe mo ngahi fua e fua kau o ho keresi. O kuke a whio, o kuke mawhai ke whai a ia koe o kuke whinangaro ki ai. O ki kai hato e o tua kehe kā ko koe. Koe angare rei, koe mahuta whea taha i e whaki, koe whonu i he mesi, mo e ofa ngongo fua, koe tui o e langi, koe whamore mahu i ngā o niu, koe io ao niu. O ko whamoni i he eiki, ko ke ako ki he kakai, ke tari rei e kaua whea o nau ngai whare. E koe lau maari e koe ni, e lau maari e koe ni ku alo atu ke te koe, koe mōni e hoko atu ke te koe, mo au atu ki ho ao. Kau me lau maari e koe ia, hane ko ho keresi, me whaki o wha. Haki ho nau, o kou ilo tae whaka alo ngā ua, ko whinangaro, e wana whakaikai ia, i hano inasi. O ke osi whikau i ho kau, se wāniti. Ke teke motuhi harau maarie o pipiki ke maia o whaki o wha. Mo alo atu ke te whitoanga o e la a o e aho o koloa ia. Uikai hato i o tua ke ka ko koe, koe taha, koe maa te fua, koe maa lohi, koe poto au niu, whonu i e whaki o wha. Tō bā.
Te la te ki lotu ke tokon whakalau maadie. Eiki, whaka ofa e kako ki mautolo. Whaki mautolo ho ofa, o mau masiwa. Whaka inasi ki mautolo me o seni ho koloa. O ku mau fusi mo omu, whaka tofu ki mautolo, o ku mau tuenoa. Whaki mai ho nau. Koe mangahi manupuna o ataa, mo ngai man totolo e man o manafa. O kunau ma o mo ui i au. Ta mea te koe. Mea te koe mo mea mo ui kotoa o kunau inase I ho tau mo ho whaafuaki. Fuaki mai ha mau mea kai he ahon. Mo fuaki mai ke lahi ange I ngai si mao o mo ui. Ko ui ke oua te mau toi mo ui whakawhalala. Ia toi taha tuku ke he pe koe. Ke maulava o whioi kakato mo a Fiona. Ke maulava o mui mui I ho ngahi hala. Mo tala whakaha ho ngahi misteri. Ko koe koe mafi, koe anga ofa. Pea mo tauhi o whahinga o tangata hona kotoa. Malo.
Ho maro ki he ngahi kupe family, I ngahi lot whamahai kuna wahe ma ki tau tolo mungpungini. Ko hono kamata I tau family. Pea koe tāpua ki a te au ki whakawhi ai whaiwhekau e kai ngalotu e sia sini. Whaiwhekau salamasina muna. Kene lava mai o whai a tau lotu. Wa family ki o tau eki. Ko ki koe pekia.
Whai whawhetai ki si ho vai a kulele ia. He o tolonga o ta ingata ni ala o wha. Whai whawhetai ki o tua o ngahi o tua. He o tolonga o ta ingata ni ala o wha. Whawhetai ki eiki o ngahi eiki. He o tolonga o ta ingata ni ala o wha. Ki a te ia tofu pētaha o kuwhai a ngahi fu mea whakao whoni. He o tolonga o ta ingata ni ala o wha. I wāwhau ta mai, mo alo, mo lau maari e maoni, oni, e meni. Tapu bea mo e awhio ai o tua I ho tau loto ngani. Whatapu ki hono te mi pale o kuwhai ai e whakawhianga I ha tui. Bea tukumua ke uhu whangatu bea mo loto maulalo, bea mo talango fua. I he whakatapu kakato o whakahoko he MC I he pongpong koeni. Kai puke hoku whainga maalie ke whai ai lotu. Ki mui a ko whie whawhawhangatu ai whaiwhikau pule o e potu ngaweni. Pastor Kathy Morris. Kai mai kai ngā lotu I no taritali lelei ai hoi ki. Kai mai whahu. Ulmotu a, hui tau, whanau be moiongo family, ki e whale lotu o Hillsdale United Methodist Church. Ko e apini, o hui kai sola ki ai Halaholo. Pea ko hoko e whale lotuni, ko e api, o kulata ki ai Halaholo ko tope. Pea ko ia ko utu ai ke whafofonga, ai siasini, I hono taritari maa whana ki mautolu, I ho mome mai ki he whale lotuni. On behalf of the pastor of the church, Pastor Kathy Morris, we openly welcome all of you who join us here this morning for the final farewell of our brother and our dear uncle, a husband, a father, a great man, Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. This sanctuary has been a long time home for all the Halaholo family. Since Auntie Pauline Whaikwauihavuna has been a member, they always visit the church for many, many gatherings and prayers and weddings and birthdays and funerals. So today is not new for us to welcome all of you here. Thank you for coming to be with us and the family to say our final farewell. Te whakakakato at pēa e konga o e lotuni, a ki pēa e whaunga maheni. Iha pekia I he whaunga o e whakaristiane. Ko whaamke mo mea haki ki o longa ke tau hiva I he himi koeni. Tolvalo e himi pēa mo kātaki o mea ki o longa. O ku whanau no e tau mo uini pia whonu ia whoki I he ahi ahi. He koho tau sino koe mea vai vai. E koho no tupuanga koe kele kele. E aka peki aho tau sinoni, e alu me iai leva, ai lau mali e. Alu olele ia e anga tonu, kai alu ke kovia e kahala. Tau o tua. Pea ke tau teu atu ki e tau mate. Please be seated. Oku folfolo maia e ki ko sisu. Ko au pe ko toi tu ube moi mo ui. Ko ia tu bi ki tai ki te au ne o ko pekia ke te ne mo ui pe. Pe ilonga ai ia mo ui mo tu bi ki tai ki te au i kai au pito te ne Mateo ta ngata. E ko ilo mo ui ha ku ko eli pe te ne tu mai ki funga e funi ki mui. Pe hili hoku ki ri hono au ngā pe he. Ka ko ia i pe hakakano, te mamata ki ai aloha. Aia te mamata ki ai o ne kau mo au, pia ko hoku ni mata e sio ki ai. Lai kai te tau hau mo tau tolu ha mea ki mamani, ko uhi foki e kai te tau lava, ke alu mo tau tolu ha momo i mea. Ko si hova nane fua ki, pia ko si hova kua ne toi toa tu, kai malo i ai pe ai huafa o si hova. Sa mea mō sese. Ei koko e ho mauna whanga i he tau tangata pia mo e tau tangata. Te ki whakatupu ai ngāhi mō ngā pe whanau ia māmani pia mo e whanua io. Talo mei mua o lau I kuonga. Koe awhiona pe, koe o tua pe ai awhiona. Oku ke e whakafoki ki he fua e tangata mea vai vai. Pia ke pehe, hako a ta maa fok mai. He koe tau e a whee ho wakai o kwange koe ane a whi ene osi. Pea fo I wasi he pouri. Oku ke awe ki nau tolu hange ha vai wha. Oku hange ha mohe ho nau kotoa. Pong pongi oku nau hange ha mukai musie. Pong pongi lanu mata pea telewa ve. E fiafi, tusi hi fo pea mai. He koho hau oku mau osti ai. Pea mau mau tafu ua I hono tuputamaki. Kua ke whakatu e mau ngahi hia I aona. Koe mau ngahi mea fufu I he mama o fofungana. He kua pale ho mau ngahi aho kotoa. Pe I ho hou hau. O mau whakaosi ho mau ngahi tau hange ha talanoa o lau. Koe ngahi aho mau tau koe tau e fitunga fulu. Pea ka lahi hono ngu e au nai ki he valunga fulu. Pea ka hoto viki a ngā koe o sia moi muna. He o usi vave pea tau puna. Ko hai e kuni ilo I ho hou hau hono mama wha. Pea koe lahi o tuputamaki o talu, tau pea mohonge ia. Ako mai ke mau fuafua pehe ho mau ngai aho. Ka mau kautu mai haloto poto, liliu eiki ko futu. O kulolou, te lia ho kauta mai o eiki ko ki mau tolu. Fua maa kona ki mau tolu ke pongpongi a ki o ala o wha. Ke mau mawawa mo fia I ho mau ngai aho kotoa. O mi ha fia ke hoa mo e fuoloa. O mau whawai vai I e a Fiona. Ai ngāhi ta o ko mau whenga ngai bea mo e kovi. Ke haho ngā we ki ho kauta mai o e ki pia ki e nau whanau ho langlangi. Io ke ia tek nau tolu ai whakafofa o e ki ko mau otua. Te ai ke tu mau ia tek nau tolu ai ngā we aho nau ni ma. Io ko e ngā we ho nau ni ma ke whotu ma uia. Ke tau lotu. E o doa alo ofa, koe tamai ho mau e ki ko sisu kalaisi. Aia koe toi tu upea moi mo ui. Pea ka tui he tahaki ai, tene mo ui, ne ongo ele peki a. Pea koe ia mo ui mo tui pik tai kia te ia, e kai tene mate tai ngata. O mau whakatau wholawholatu e tamai. Kole, ke whakatu ki mau tolu me Mateo e anghala, ke mo ui oi mau ni oni. Ko hi ka mau ka hiki I mo uini ke mau malolo I hene afio. Pea ka hoko e aho whakamui mo I toi tūlahi. Ke hoi fua ho whinangalo I te mau tolu. Ka mau maua e tāpuaki aho alopele. Aia ko ia tene omi ke te mau tolu ai ofa mo e apasia ki he afiona. O pehe, omi ki mau tolu ai whahinga ko whamanu ia he tamai. O mau hoko ki he pureanga kua toka teu mo tolu. Talu ai tan po o mamani. Ofa mai e eiki ko mau tamai manawa ofa. O mea mea ko ia sisu kalaisi ko mau whalaloa mo mau huhui. Ka taki o hua mai e tamai he wani. Koe krese e ko sisu kalaisi, mo ofai o tua, mo whiohi o lau maari e maani o ni, ke tek tau tolko toa pe ia o ta ngata e meni. Ko kole pe ke u whanga tua i pe i he ngai whatapu ko osi. Kai tuku ai lewa ke uturi e meni te tolu koen ke meni te tānima ke whai ai hata tau whaos. Taufu'i'aevalu. Kai teu hilo pa teu kamata miwi. O tuku ki whe. E ku whakalau lotoa. Hawa lunganga. Whamiri. Ko whala au whamiri mo Taufu'i. Ka koe mea ko tō pēia e whamiri ko au ia tā mai ki ai. O koe koe uinga ko a ka koe inga koe whainga ofa. Whainga whakaapa-apa. Nei tupu pēpea mo e tamai o eki koe. Ka ha lawa mai a ngai mea e si o kwhai. Pea kōle ke lea. E tuku e me ai au ku whai kātoanga e aho ko ia. Kai tupe ia ke wiki au. Taufu'i. O ke alu ka wako ia te koe. Ko ke lawai e koe. Ai ofa ke o whiri mo kaunga api pia ofa ke o tua. E ngai tala loto na e whai. Whikau aki pia moho mo ui. Flawa. Mau ofalai atu. Mo e whakapapalahi. For everything you stood for and stand for. You're a man of God. You're a family man. You are for the community. You never stop giving your life so that others can benefit. And I know at times it drains you to be empty, but our good God has emptied himself to come down because of love. I give you my deep respect as a brother that have faith in our God. Toka Taufu'i'aevalu. Mo ofalai atu ki te koe. Malo opita.
Whakamalo ki he whaiwhekau, i he tataki tau tolu i he ahoni, a ki e ulakilot whawhamiri, ka māwhoki ai si i kau me mipa e kāingalot pahai, me i he whamiri whoki nau whakahoko e ngahi lot kamata o e pongpongi ni. Oku alata maki ana tula, pia kuongo ngā ai aho. Ka kuongo ki humauloto, ai whakapa-apa pia mai ofatu ki he wheitu una, lot wahai. I kai ke lau ai hauwhonua, ka ke lusia mai pe ki taulanga, ko ho o awhei taulalo ki ho ka inga. Ka kuhonga mo oni, ki he witou me tautonu me whamiri hono katoa. Whakakoroa ho tau aho, pia tau kakato katoa pe, pia malu pe ho tau waka. It is a deep honor, Lord Wahai, to express the gratitude on behalf of the family. Despite the weather, despite the contingencies of time and circumstances, you persevered to be with us and to grace this family farewell with your presence. It is a sign of great leadership, and we express our sincere thanks to you. Tau whamaro ki he whaiwhekau me ka la tō ko lawa e tau holo tū, ko e konga koe ni ai polokalama, o tuku mai ai whainga maari e ke whaiha whiloaki, o ko lawe i pia ku toka ilo pe kia e whamiri iai si kāinga ma mao ne toki au taki mai, pia tuku mai ai ngahi minit koe ni, ke lawa ke whaiha whiloaki, pia i he osi koe minite iai tahanima i he taimini. Pea ki mua ia, ko whakaonga atu whawhonga e ki nau tolu me he tafu. O kia e ki fo i papanaki, mo i ki i wai moko, mo i ki i wai mawhana, i he tāmu i o e wharelotu, i he tawhaki tohema, o tawhaki tohema, ke mō lawa atu kia i hawhainga taimi pe. Ke mao whakamama arohi e koe se tau hoa lotu whakawhi aoni ki he ua e whiawhi ki mua pe tok whakaere ki mala e, pe hange koe kulawe ane nai, o ku whakamaapopo mai e o wau whakalau maari e, me kotoa whatongia i mala e ko ngā koe ala tāmaki, pe tau mau e whenga maari e ke mea heni a loto hai, ka maa whoke atu i halwhatai, pe amatu roko mana, ke lava le rei e whatongia ki he lotu mo e whonua, pe ke ata e ho e ki, ka pau o nau toka ki ai ho nau loto, kai mau tok whaka ose whatongia ki malae, koe tūtūni whakapotopotoia ai ulumotua, whakatatau ki he anga tūkonga o e aho. Dear friends, there is a light refreshments of coffee and tea at the tea room to my left, at the back, 10 left. If you feel like having a refreshment, please do so. Throughout the service, as you can see from the program, we will be here until 2. And those of you who have just joined us, all the Baha'i ceremonies that were to be at the graveside will be held here because of the weather conditions. Meanwhile, our dear brother is now for viewing, and for those who would like to come forward, express your last farewell. May I ask that we retain the high level of spirituality and respect and dignity when we go about in conducting this service. Ko ia ko whakata whangamare koe ni ki ha wheloaki, pea ko whamaro ki he whahu rewin tau me pea wuna i he whakamurumaro ai whatongia pea koe ai o whalahi atu kia te koe rewin. Ai koe minite e tahanima, koe osi ai minite honga fulu me he honga fulu maataha, pea te tau hokoat, toki hokoat e konga e porokalama, mo mea peki ai, koe ngāhi rea ai whamiri, pea te tau hokoat ai pe ai. Koe ape maro, ka pau koe aha whekau, pea wahako mai pe, ke whakahokoat, maro. Omno kon pe to e tau pe tau miri te nima ki he whailoa ki he konga hoi ni. Pe a kone hokosia pe taimi koea, ko mo tau te ke whaila maari e, te whakawhea tu ke tau kamata mua, kai hoka te tau pologama, ko hui upe e pe mo i whainga maari e ana iane ke mo whailoa ki. Malo, to e tau miri te nima, pe a ko malo atu i he tau hi o e kalau maari e, pe mo mo maru o i whio hi anga. Malo, to e miri te nima. Whamaro atu ki he kauhiwa, ai tauhi o e tau o Kalamari, ko e lawai ai tau konga koini o e Taufu'i'aevalu, ko whaospe a ki nau tol koini, si kai na tol koini ulama mai, pia ko e kakato i a konga Fu'i'aevalu i konga koini e tau polkama, o tu e bea e whainga maari ana iange, kia ki nau tolu te kei ki si lawa mai, whai e whakamawai whakaos, mo si e tau toko wani, ko e tamai o eiki tangofua e tai hamai. Thank you, dear friends. So the Fepueli, or paying your last tributes and farewell to dear George, we will close here and pause rather than close at this point. There will be another opportunity for you, if you haven't, to come forward and say your last goodbyes. We do really deeply appreciate your being here with us today, and welcome to those of you who have just joined us. Koe o wata e whamaro I he lawa e konga koe ni, mo tolu mo si lawa mai ki ngoa ni whai Fepueli ki mo pekia, kai maa poke whai a mo roto ka osi pehe anga koe ni. Pea whamaro te peke kau hiwa he tau ki o e molmalu, mo whakalawa maari o e tau whio ki angani. Toi whakaonga pe, ui ai e ki I puwai ngomoko, mo ki wai mawhana ki he tā o e whare o tau apelotuni ki I mui, a whakatau hem hange koe ko tuhat ki ai, I he tāwhaki mui mawai hao whakamama alohi, I ha taim beo ku ke ngoi ai, tau hi pēr molu malu, mwhakapapa, he ku hoiksia o tau si apsiani. Pēr ku sea pēr, o ai pēr e whotutu, ke toka ngā I e kau whakawhe whakalanga lagi. Ka ko whakamaro atu, I kongo tawa pēr mahalo e tau ki, e tau whihi ana. I he hoa koe ni, ko e whainga maari e kisi I whamiri ke whai e nau manatu whaka osi, mo e wahe manatu ofa manatu meri e mo e pekia, ke tau ina sia I se nau koroa, ko hui koe tūtuku lau mea, ai tamai oeki, mati aki tōnunga koe ni, I he whamiri, I he lotu, I he whonua, I Tonga, I Aotearoa, I Amerika, mo ngahi tapa ke he kehe o mamani, o au ke whonua tapu I Isleri, ai au tuuai, ai apilotu whakamamanahi o I tui pahai, nā ne au fuato ai o skiaverenga o au ke si ngata anga o ene mo ui, whakataha mo ene whanonga, whakataha mo si ono hoa o whanga si imanu toki wowowi halaholo, kau maa whokia e whanau. So we come to this part where we invite members of the family to share sweet memories of dear George and the experience of having a wonderful family spiritual journey with him. The other night, your George's co-workers, co-believers, friends from across the spectrum of this society and other parts of the world, especially those who will come from abroad, to be with you and pay our farewell to. Your rich sharing are gems and treasures for the family. And today, it's your turn to listen as we share our experience with this dear brother. For those of you who will speak, you will be using the microphone that I'm pointing to. It has been set up so the live streaming will continue at the same time and will be picked up by the speaker as well. So please use that microphone and that podium there. One last thing, please keep it sweet and short, according to what has been given to you. I'm a loving uncle and MC, but at the same time, when it comes to the task, I'm quite disciplined. Thank you. Koia ko whakawhi, a kinau tolu, ko wahe, e kinau tolu whai tutuni, ke kau lea, wahe wahe si mata e kolo au nau kuku ko hi, ko e Tokonaki ai pekia, ke mula mai whai hamu rea. Koia ko whakawhi, a si whae, a kinau tolu whanau, si lata halaholo, ko e hoa o whaangai a hono ua, o te vita wasi halaholo, ai tamai ai pekia. Ko lata halaholo, ko e whae a ke te mau tolu honu kotoa, pe he tau koe ni o e mei whango fulu e na whanonga mo te vita, pe si tōtau a te vita i he koloni, Kai hokot pe e lata, ane o whaki ki mautoro. Pea koe ko whakawhi a lata ke te lama mai, pai ha wahe manatu me rie. Ke si ene tama koe ni, koe ne tama o whina, si Taufu'i Halaholo. Lata?
Tuno ua. Ko tuku pēni whakawhetai. Lo tupek whamalo ke whale tapo o tua. Kai a tāmu ki whini motu masiwa koe. E tua lea mo manatu meri ke tō taha koe. Ko hoku hingoa ko lata heanga halaholo. Nā ko tā kai mai, tā kai whala ke tangata e ki o pekia. Nā tau i heni pē ngahi, mahina whaa ko ni ko osi. Ai hola tō taha. Ka liaki mai au mai whanau. Pea koe ni, kua toi tō. E tō taha koe ni. Tō taha koe ni nai ofa lahi a te au. Nai hoko pē tō taha koe ni. Koe tamai. Ki hoko hongo i ui koe ni. Koe ki motu a tangata. Mo ki whine motu. Whewhine. Tō taha koe ni nai kai ki ne lau o. Ko hake. Nā ne lau pē au koe whae au. Pea o ko whie lahi au pita. Tō taha koe ni, koe ku sio whakaosi pēki ai. E ne hao mohono o whaanga. Pe tō taha koe uku whahu. O mai te ki pere ki mea kai ke te mamai. Pea whoki e te si tō taha koe ni. O whola o hola. Uongo. Pea ongo ke te au e tō taha koe ni. Ko ne whahinga tō ngā whai mai ki a te au me whanau. Whakangalo ngā tāhono urunganga. Ne whai mai ki te au me whanau. E ne ofa mo on, o ne lau whato. Ako ofa, make atu ke kainga loto. Kai ke ha, lea le lei. Ko hongo. Ai hola tō tāko ne kai tukuange mai ki whae masi. Ke whewhi i e mātai whanau koe. Tamai tō unga, tō nunga ka mautoro. Sāne, mā melino, mā moana. Mā whakaente. Tamai off. Sāne, tamai off. Ai ai. Ka kou. Ofa lahi atu ka motolo no kato. Ofa atu ke kainga tamai. Ofa atu ke kainga whae. Ka kou. Ofa lahi atu ka motolo. Tua ofa.
Malo lata. Ko whawhi atu, whawhonga ma ai whanau, uruaki, ko e si te hina o e pekia, si ao si Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo, ka tak mai ki heni, pai harea. No, whawhonga e whangatua whawhine, pa mo ki mautolu whangatoko wa. And while Siaosi is making his way to the podium, briefly Lada expressing her love and deep condolences to Manu and the children, but she has lost a dear son, The last time that she saw Taufu'i, he came to her home with her dear wife Manu, as usual, with a plate of food to express their love and saying to dear Manu, we have to save our dear and only mother. Taufu'i, I miss you. I love you so, so much. Sa Nerino and Moana and Andrew, he was a loving, caring father. Love you all. Thank you. Siasi? Siasi is a brother, younger brother.
Ko kinga ko Siasi Halaholo, ko fika fitua family. Ko tano ko ku atba ki famatala ki he yanga matupu ke. Bo fui. Ko matupu ke na fenga ta piko. Nege ke ma time ko tobe ma ka fitu ko ke loto ke ma fata. E time ko to pa ko ilo buhan uinga. Pa ta pa hokai be ha fui ki Amerikani. Be toto tama be matala no telefoni. Be hoka fai mo ki fata fa family tong i Nusila. Alange be o alange be no fo me ke fine. Pa ko ka loto, ha be ko ha no fo mo au ke ma tala no ke ma. Ma to luen alange ki Nusila. Be pa ko no fo anga fo mui. Pa eke he tamai ki pe alo no foi fe pa tamai te alo no fo mu toko wa. Siasi. Pe ma o vare ka en alango ya. Pe alango le manofo ma. Al holo tala no holo pa ko me ko taimi na matok fitalo ke bu fui. Hokai pe ki mo ai pa hokai pe na mariko mari manu pa. Todo tahang pergi, kira matala no me. Pak ko time ini mai tu pagi tonga. Ko sapate. Fai ko loto fa sapate. Tu va ver gi olunga. O tu hiku penu. Patang fa fui, te no foko fa ta umu. O te wa ke loto sapate. Pe pasio ge tangi pemo, te pe ume ko toke umu. Ko se te vala tu pen voa ke te al lotu sabate. Pakana ko mana tu be ko ke bantu. E anga ko e ma fe mo fu tai. Ka ko ilo pe ko fa ya. Ko ke lotu ke ma fa ta holo he ku ko ke lotu ke sio mai wa me hoka. E anga fa ko. Ma ko ke me pe ko bantu.
Malo siasi. Pe ko fa fe heni a te vita riua kaitau, ko e si i te hina, si i te haia, ke ne la mai whaharea. Riua is the youngest brother. And Siasi was saying, it was a bit hard, the relationship with his brother, the deceased, as they were young. But when he came here early on to the States, he missed him dearly. But they had time over the years to be in New Zealand together, until the very last few times, last minute when they talked to each other, of course, online. But they had time together. Thank you. Liwa.
Please bear with me. I'm not very good at these things. I can't believe we are here again 4 months later. We are devastated. We are hurt. My name is Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. My little sister is Fifita Cherry Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. We are the youngest of Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo's children. Our mother is Lataianga Halaholo. I'll always be saying a speech on behalf of my sister and I. We never imagined we'd be standing here again so soon. We said goodbye to our dear sister Nesa 4 months ago. 4 months later, our hearts are once again heavy. Our family is once again grieving. But through this pain, we hold on to what my brother left us. His love, his wisdom, his strength. Growing up, he was always there. Always. He always supported us growing up and continued to do so. He came to all my school graduations. They drove to Idaho. He was a people person. He was the leader of our Halaholo family, a guiding light for us all. He lived with purpose, he gave with a full heart, and he loved deeply. That love does not end here. Today we are devastated, we are hurt, but we must always remember we carry with him with us in the way we love, in the way we live, and in the way we lead. And that makes going through this much easier. Our loved ones never leave us, just their physical presence. It's okay if everything good in life reminds you of those people that have gone on. That means they were just that special. Malo manu for loving my brother. I noticed the change in his demeanor when he met you. Andy, I looked up to you all my life, man. I remember when you first got here in '98 at the Blue House for Fita's 8th birthday. And then we went to McDonald's and I watched you eat your fries first. I kind of freaked out a little bit. Since then, great times. Sane, you'll always be my favorite niece. Oh. Mateo Fatu. When your dad asked me to invite Soa to the wedding, it was a no-brainer for me, even though I never met the guy. Lino, you're 18 years younger than me, but I look up to you. You're doing great things, and keep going and push it. Make it all the way. Moana, you're a rising star in the family. Keep being great. You four mean the most to me. So much. That love will never fade. Before I leave, I'd like to share a story of my last memory with Fui. It was Annie's baby shower, and I was getting ready to leave. The discussion of Lino came around. See, Lino is a freshman at UC Davis, and he's an active member of the Baha'i community. In the Baha'i faith, when you graduate high school, you typically do a year's service after. I didn't do mine because it wasn't a priority at the time. Melina earned a spot on the UC Davis rugby team. Before leaving, there was a slight discussion of whether Lino would do his year of service first, then do rugby at the same time, or do rugby at the same time. Mine was focus on one thing at a time. Fita was do both, because it's been done. It was a nice discussion. It eventually turned angry. I was frustrated. I left. But I called back later because I remember Fui stopped us and was kind of in his always calm demeanor, told us to look at both sides. And then I realized in the car, Lino wasn't even there to discuss anything. So, Fui, thanks for loving me and my sister and treating us like your own, despite being your siblings. Fita and I got to witness and experience 3 different Fuis. Fui as a brother, Fui as a father, Fui as an uncle. Fui, thank you for loving my mother. That love will not be forgotten. She is hurting, but your love is what will keep you in our memories. Thank you, Hillsdale United Methodist Church, for allowing us to use the space to honor my brother. Thank you all in attendance. Thank you for sharing many great memories of my brother. You will never be forgotten, Fui. Malo.
Malo, Liwa. Thank you very much, Liwa, for those wonderful memories and sharing. Your dearest and oldest brother, not only being a wonderful brother to all of you, more importantly, he was a father figure to all of you, siblings, and of course, supporting the children. And we are going according to the program.
just want to say a couple words.
Okay, I'll give you a chance.
Thank you.
1 minute. Okay.
That's fine.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Dennis Frise. George and I worked together at Contra Costa County. We worked in the jails. And we had, for about 7 years, we had lunch almost every day. We talked about all kinds of things, but the one thing that left a super impression on me was he would ask genuinely for my opinion. What you think about this, about that? He always wanted to learn because he had such faith in our students were prisoners in jail, and he had such faith in that if they really tried and really worked hard, that they would benefit, and that's what he did. He got them ready. He tested them. He observed them in class, and he was an advocate. He was definitely a person that believed in the underdog. And he said, if you work hard, your skills can take you further when you get out of jail. So he was fabulous, and we became very close friends. And we loved sports, and we talked about that. Of course, we loved to eat lunch because we would always talk about the good meals that we had, especially at Martinez Prison. They used to have a pretty good menu there. But I loved him. He was a genuine, kind, gentle giant that I respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And keep up the excellent work. And thank you for those loving words to George, to Taufu'i. Koe tau nofo whakatonga, o ki kai koe whamiri I he whare o ksisi. Koe nofo akainga I he whare o kulahi, o hange koe api ko kau. Koe o ngō whoto te hina, mo I tō whiwhine. Pe nei kai mama o ato e nahi api o whangatō whawhine. Koe nofo akainga. Iene pehe ko whakawhei a Fola muna, kena kātaki mai, o whakafonga I ai whamiri Halaholo, mo e api ko kau, whai hatau rea no pe, koe manatu ofa ki he pekia. Hiria, e hoko mai, whakafonga ai whamiri mataire, koe whamiri ai whae ai si pekia, I kai koe ape, kapa o ki he nea tuai rewa, tui a soa, ke whakafonga e pe, whamiri whae, ai whae, ai pekia, mea mai toa. Pea I kai koe pe, kai o atu mai whenga maari e, kia whai whekau, ki oa whiwhita, ke lawa mai whoki whai harea, whafonga I ai whamiri pouwalu whiwhita, koe tupu anga ia, o si ui tau o whaanga, o ko manu, toki wau Halaholo, ko si hoa o e pekia. Tau kase pea mo whafonga e tau whamiri. Mahalo.
Ko hu whangape I he whatapka kato, ko osana whai. Pea o ko ilo e pe kua polokalama. Ka koe anga e mautuu, ko lea pe koe tunga ane ku ke os alu koe ia. Pea, ko whia ai pe. Ko hi koe, o pehe pe ai loto whale koe ni. Hange pe koe Taufu'i, o ngalo ia Taufu'i koe tunga ane ia, taimko mau whiohi ai. Pea koe tau tuhe ko ilo pe koe ia polokalama. Ka kulea ko tunga ane pau pe ke tuu au ia. Tau lahe me ke whai ke ai lea, ko whia pe, mo whakawhetai. He ko tangi pe ko peange Taufu'i ko alu ko hei tene tanu au. Ko Wili seo kai seo hata hai ki ai. Ta ko alu e te whewhe ai, te mo uia ta ngata. O whalahi to you kids, Sane, Melino, and Moana, you have my number. Just give me a call. Lisa's not here, Dad's not here. Give me a call. O whaat ke tahana katoa pe, pege ho eki, malo.
Ko lawa e maurea ki mautoro ko e pepine ko toka se ku ne whailea. Ka e tupe mo ke utarango fua ki he whekau ko whekau ia iau. Ke whaiharea whakapofonga e halaholo. Ka koe ka harea whaingo fua eni. E ue peka ka ia mna tonu ke nau whailea. Ka ko tui ku omi peka te au ko hi koe wāo whiange u whiohi. Pea mo Taufu'i. Whakatulo watu no pele pahai. Tia peke atu loko mana mo tui hakatai. Tuku pe mua ke u whai atu peha ki i Talanoa. Ka uia ua ilo kotoa he taha kotoa ia he hoko. Ka kutu uu koe whakafofongai. Ai tangata koe ni muni hanga whakataha i mai ki tau tolu. Pea mohono whonga. He ku he mau he whanau ke nau ilo i hingoa koe Taufu'i'aevalu. Pea ko tui o koe ka aku lau eiki. Ka koe anga ia e tau nono fo. O ia ia e whamiri. O ia ia e whehoko taki anga. Kai tu pe mua ke ulau wate ki i whakamatala koeni. He kai ke utoe ka singa mua ke whakasiwange koe telefonia koe ke poto au no ai. Koen ko mawake. Koe tangata ko Paulo Halaholo. Pena e Maria mo ofine o lavaka ko anisi tumia. Pea tupoi ha whanau e toko wha. Lahi tahako mo te ki ai halaholo. Ai ku tupoi a sipu pea mo Halaholo. Kuhene e whakamopuna Halaholo hene mo sipu ai lala. Pea kuhene e whakamopuna hene o Halaholo pea mo vete, pea mo William. Pea hoko ki ai a Taufu'i'aevalu. Ko hingo ai e motua koe ni. Ko eiki a atuita. Pea pehe ki a vika. Ko e mokopuna ene o vika wahai. A wahai. Pea pehe ki a tui loko mana pea mo tui hala whatai. Ko hingo ai a o Taufu'i'aevalu. Na e hingoa a whakahingoa ke ai foha o teta wasi halaholo ai ku tupu ai a wasi pia mapia. Pea whakahingoa rewa e Taufu'i ai foha lahi o te vita ko si asi Taufu'i halaholo. Pia iai mo e whika tolu ko e whewhine ko ilaisane tupu ahau tupu ai no pele ata manu o pangai pe mo Solomoni. Pea koe whika whārewa ko whinau lahi. O mau tupu a ngāia. Whinau lahi e na ia ia teita was halaholo. Lahi pea pateta. Pea kui heni e whakamopuna pateta heni. Whanau a ulakai, whakamopuna a ulakai. Viriami, ia e whakamopuna viriami heni. O kui ai e whangatua whaafini, ka keiki mau kotoa ia iau. Pea koe whanau heni a David a wasa halaholo. Whinau lahi, koe kau tangata ia. Ko Taufu'i'aevalu halaholo pe mo te vita wasi. Si a fotu ka une pekia. Iai mo e kau whewhine, si moko ta welwelu, whangapua wuna, ko siu ko e whae ia toa ka se. Iai mo e ki whine mo tu ataha ko tu pou. Whakapaku eha taha ngala mu wha more iang iau. Ko e anga ia e tu e whamiri ko e ni, pia ko e hingoa mahu inga eni, a e Taufu'i'aevalu, ko hingoa eiki, ko hingoa ia e eiki a tuita. Pea pehe ki he kui a wahai. Ka iaha rea whiunga ia. Koe ofa pe ke whanau ka maa e hoa. Ke kawene tangata na mawheo hilahi. Pane ongo koe ku whae tangata, kana sio mai bea taufu i ka te au he taimi katoa pe, he mea katoa pe. He kou lahi ange awai. Ia koe mōre kāwhakapaini e whamiri. Ko hea koe tamai o eki koe ni. Ka iaha lea ia whiunga. Ke whai ake whakamalo, to ke whai ate ulumotu ai e whakamalo. Ka kua lawa te ki i mea koe na u whekau ai ke wa u malo apito.
Whamalo at whola i he mahu inga ho tukumai e tohi hoko o e whamiri. Pea koutou e whakamalo atu i he hunga koe ni honoua, ko ho whakatontonu ho tau tawa, mi he tau apisia koe nai osi mai na whako o si, nai o mai koe e halaholo. Vau me hena halaholo, ka taki pe ta mana te pe ke ta ko te whakataha, ta koutou iau ki a whola. Malo whola. O kou whawhi heni, pea kulawa mai ki muani. A tuai rewa, tui aso, koe tahaini e whanau a tui asoa, ko tui asoa, koe whae tanga taia, ai whae, ai si pekia. Tō o tamai a Taufu'i'aevalu no tau o fulu, ki Amerikani, tahu a whitunga fulu tupu, na hiri pe ne nofo henga kaimi pea mo siono tō pewhine, a tō kase, hange pene o stalano ki a tō kase, na hiki ki he tawhaki e ne whae, ke kumi ngā ue i LA, pene si nofo i he whanau a tui asoa. Ko ia ko ata whanga maria, toa rewa, malo si lawa mai mo e, manatu ofu ki whai toka, mo si pekia.
Whatapu ki he o tua mafi. Pure au ni o universi. Whatapu ki he tahine whahu. Whatapu ki a nopere waha. Whatapu ki a tekmo tolu hono kātoa ko e whanau a ho eki. Mou lava mai he ahoni ke tau whakaheke heka takoua koe ni. Tokua ka o mātua, ko e tangata iki ko Taniela Tuairewa, ko e ne hawana mi kolomotu, ko e whine eiki, ko popua o wawau, o taiwi, me tungua, pea moha te iho. Pea nana nofo rewa i maufanga, o iai e na whanau. Ko e lahi taha, ko kawata motu o puaka. Haana saane, haana koe ni pekia. Ko e hoko ki ai, ato nio tui asoa Tuairewa. Ko e tangata e ki ia. Pea, aia koe anga ia koe e kuvaa koe ni mo tau fui. Ko e tau hene whoke aho ni, ko e ngahi manatu me rie, ulaua ke tau vahe, whee kaua ki mo i pekia. E he walu ngofulu tupu, nai whai e, ai kātoanga e koristu tukuri ahona, nai whai ki ela e. Pea nai lava mai ai a tau fui ai. O hau pia mau whetau laki ai. Mau whetau laki le rei au pito mo tau fui. Hek mimi ta tau ho mau natu la. Mahalo, ko natu la he whaamiri ko i mau whae. Ine whae. Pea nai, ia e mau ki tā mea, i ela e. Ko tangata nai tā pēsi, na whiff trumpeti au. Pea na e tō atu e mau tā, e mau fia ko i ela e. Osi mahalo e tau hengo fulu, pe fia hofi ai. Huiki mai rewa tau fui ki heni, ki ono tū whewhine ko nei heni. Ko ne risa, he? Hiki mai ki hen, kau whai whanonga, tu heo whai whanonga au ki tonga. Whoke au ki tonga, aloa o whai ako i ria hona, pea osko ia pau ofisa kolo, ho mau ki kolo. He koe tamai whoki, me mau whanga, ka kou whae me hakame. Pea hori ek whae, ek tamai ke o mai ki mau tolu ke māmonga, ke he katolika, kai fuse e mau whae, o maalo pe mau whae, o mau alo pe mau tolu haka me gai pe o au ke mau lalai, o au ke mau mai ki heni. Ko ia e kai o tau hene aho ni, o tau fia, ko tau omai ke whakaiki heka toko tahani. Whamalo lahi ka tupou mo e whanau, nau kei mana tui mai. Ki mau tolu, ko e whamiri. talo e whakahange, ai mea whakaikona Taufu'i. Ai a ko au whikau a ko he mau whanau. Mo ku hanga o tala ke mau whanau te wau. He nau fu wau whia pitu mo Taufu'i. Mo na ulaki mariko a Renee mo na ki whanau. O te he tau whakalau kau lo tatu heni. Pe au sio mai he Facebook a mau pe. O fu whai mālo i au pita Taufu'i. I he pahai. Pe au fia ai. Fia au pito ai. He kohi ko taimi ko na mau he ai. O whai taimi ni ko tā. He kona he mau tu taimi tā mea. Ko mau tā mea kona mai. Ne ongo pe ko tapu ke wala. Ka ko ita fok he taimi ko. Kai ngalot kainga. Whaka fia. Ko tangatani na ne lava ngai mea lai pia ko mea ko fia lai tai. Ko ne tokanga ki he lotu i he konga whakaose ne moui. For those of you who don't understand Tongan, I am here just to pay my respect to these fellow brothers of mine, Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. We have a good time back in the days in Los Angeles, playing music, nightclub, and all other functions. But I'm very glad to see and hear that he was a very good boy in the later part of his life. So do I. My first wife passed away last year. I got married just like him. I think, and it's all in the family. But it's always good to have a company, that can hold you down. So Taufu'i, I love you very much. I love you very much. Whamalot ke family no katoa. Whamalot ke family ko ni o mautolu ko ni iheni. Ko hiko nau lava katoa mai ke mau kouhau mau whewhei loa ki tua heko nau tokisio pe mai ki nau tolu. Ia wetu ai lewa o ke keisi. Ko tau fitu hiva ante uwalu noa ti sema. Pangu nau pe mai. Ia wetu ai lewa na mau expect e mautolu haki motua vai. Ko pehat ke vai na toi mari. Kai ngalot. E kai ngā ko whakamalot ka te mautolu katoa. Ko tau lava mai ketu hange ko lawa takatataki. Short and sweet. Whakamalo, koia pe rea malo.
Malo, tue rea mahu inga, maratu ofa. Pak moni u tau whiwhia kotoa he liriu tangata ai otua. Ikai ke hoko pe ki si o ila mutu. Neongo te koko e ton ke tangutu he tafu. Mo o tāia he ne ke si. Ka kua mo ui o tupua e whamiri. Pia koe pouturi kia si o mauloto whare. Pak maongo i au pito. Pia... Nā kuilo pēr na ke tā mea ka na kai ke rei koe tā tau pēr mo Meteriko. Ko Meteriko nau kore kai ke hao rea ke oskoea pe whai ha tau kiwa. Ka ku ke hao, he ku ke lotu mo koe. Wha mālo atu. Ka nei so ke tangata eiki a si isane, ai whae ai pekia, ilai sane, ke whamiri mataere. Ko si o saia, mataere. Ka ku hieni i si whanau ai whaka tonga ane o sane, ta tui whanau hameti, pia ko whakape e toa Samuei, pia ko haipe e whakafonga atu, ke lau mai o whai harea, whakafonga i mautoro. Ko atu enu lau mai. Katak pe Mona Lisa tau hipe ho whatongia ko e riongi, mo e sii, ka lau mai atu, si whai rea he tunga ane.
Kora wha pa tupe mo ke hufanga atu ngai tala whaapa ko whaiat me muani, ka tala ngofua ke tamatataki. Hei ke wamanaki te kau he rea ahoni. Nau rea pe he potopure lulu. Kai ke wamanaki ke te whaiharea ahoni. O ko whamalo pe tāpua ko mai mo oku ki whafofonga i atu. O maumitanga. Whanau, whatung ane.
Mauilo pe ho mautunga. Tolke mauna fo pe tua he tafu. Ka pau nau ilo e haa to ai lewa nai vete o ta wala o ange ki ai tua he ken tui mai. Kene ilo. Hono te unga toton ke tui he aungi. Ka neo ngoia. E whamiri. Ko he. Wha e ai pekia. Ko me hitanga. Whangalonga ta hano olunganga. E ne ofa ia mautolo. Pea ko Taufu'i, ne o na e hoko hono whonga ke ne tamai. Ka kono ulu ngā koe ne whae tofupe. Hanga lele, ofa, mata whamili. O ko whamalohe i wātaimi. Lai tuku mai he tama he wani ke whio hia he mai tunga hane koe ni. Ke wako mea te hia, ke umau ai ungahanga. Whaka o tua ko hia. Ke ofa ta e whiwhiri maanako ki ha tahapi. Taufu'i. Alua pa talatu ko mau ofa. Ke whamiri ko nau mama o atu. Pake whae pe ha report le rei, ma toi mau ke sai pe. E whami koe ke harea whiunga ia, he koe ke una kai ke wa manaki, ka koe whaape ku ofa, mo ku whamalo ka ku mo tolu. Koe hi koe whauwafu koe ni, ku tau whakatahai mai tau to e tau fu'i, ke tau ha, ke tau whaiha whakamāwae mo ia a koe ni. Whamalo sione he whakamāria ku mai mo oku, tua o whatu.
Malo atu e tu e aho e whainga ta amo tari, pe tala mo fua e whatongia ku ia kia te koe, pe au pe he pe anga tau whanonga ku ia e ngahi hei tu la ku pau ke whakafoki wha e whatongia. Pe a ihe lau mai ta tau pe, o ko whakawhea whai whekau ki o whiwhita, ke lawa mai o whai harea whakafonga isi i ui kou. Koe kaurea ki mua, whakafo ofa, ka keke nau talango fua nā toro ki e tu ni ke short and sweet, tau li whito ka tuai leo, pe au sai pe ia, whaafofa pe. Koe kau whai whekau pe unau talango fua ki he taimi. Ka tau wakai pe tāsi pinga whai whekau koe ni, nā ne kore mai a minite e ua. Koe minite e ua whaka pālangi, uke koe minite e ua whaka kauwai ha ano eni, eh?
Wau kai ngalo e ua si ia, eh? Kore pe mua ke u whangatu e whakatap, o kamata ke whio angani. Mo more bene ko tua po vai ua re o ka tu mo ke fa fonga e a uitou na e tal mai pe uitou pa ke ha fa gurea o spe ka kai a here ta fa ke ta ka ua ke mea ia o ka kai ka ke ha o mo ari atuau e feo i anga te u kamata e mawhela pe i. Koe kui koe a uitou, whine ko ema. Koe tū whine ia e tamai, ai a koku mehikitanga a ema. Na e mari pia ema mo e tangata haano. Ko whatani tamake lupe tu. Kana e omi e nuku ha kere e nau mātua i kolonga. Pia hiki mai a ema mo whatani. O nofo kolonga, o tupua gai whanau. Hange koe mea e masi, koe mau tupu i haana. O mātua ko Paula po walu, me whiwhine ko ema na iloa, ko ema angelo. Pea, ne ai pē kau pau uia he whamiri, ka te tōtau mai pē kau lerei i he whamiri. Lahi tā e whanau a ema mo po walu ko semis whanua. Tupua Paulo whanua, Palestinian e sa stonga tawa tāina. Whika wā ko Timote whiwhita. Hono mokopuna naftalai siola whiwhita. Palestinian e sa stonga ho iki. Whiga tolu, tangata ko te vita kupa. Lahi taha whanau te vita kupa ko whiwhine ko mea. Pea tūpu ai a sosiua tuitahi. Whohaina sosiua tuitahi, a takawaha tuitahi. Whohaina takawaha u MSC e ahoni. Pea koe sisi MSC, pure whakawaha e Methodist ko so saia e wahenga LA. Hoko, ko tangata ko Taufu'i'aevalu whiwhita. Ne, o whiwhine o Taufu'i'aevalu ko whiwhine ko e seta. Na mari bea mo tangata kotu, o sirvenus tau mo e peau na enofo pe iha ano. O na whanau ea e tamasi, o pauriasi tau mo e peau, ko e fua tiutalahia o e koristonga. Ta ko e sisi i tarewa e whanau a ema mo pouwalu, ko so saia whiwhita. Ko e tamai e tamai. Iai be mo e whangatau ke te tamai, o hene whakamagapuna hene. Tangata ko Solomon e whiwhita. Api o Solomon e ilo lere ia he tonga kotoa. Fo iafe koe ki te uwhaiwa, o lere mai ke kolo skula, ko e api a solo. I hene mai whakamagapuna o tomu lupe, ko e lau ke te ia taha, ko e whakatungane o ema. Ko e hifa mea lere ke uhau ui mai whiwhine. Hau ke mawhi loaki, e tala mai. O mari pe nofo I rino, mo a whei mo o tamasi I whekau wana e lau mea. O ne tala mai. Ko toko ua ema na e mari ki utui ko whiwhine ko sela. O whanau I a soata me hawea, tupua I a sione hawea mo amana ki hawea. O mau tupu I a sela. O au taku mahalo ko mea ena e whenga ui tau ke haorea. Ke whamatala mai no whamiri lotu. Pea whaosak be mua e ki boboak whaos koe ni. Wose minute wa, abe ki minute e ki half a minute. Boboak whaos ke ui tau ki e pekia. Ko se oku kaunga whaikawa be foki. Na wilo be hau ia homakonga e wa ki a ulakai. Ko ma whaikawa whakamui ki mua pe mari pe ntala mai. Whawhikau, o kou te umari. Pe mari ki whe. Mari mo ki ko ki whe mua rako mo ko puna. O ne tala mai, o umari pe mo manu. Ka kouku ka inga pe. O ka ngā maheni. Ade o whalai ka koe Taufu'i'aevalu pe koe ngai pōpua ki. Koe tangata angarelei. Ai koe konga eua ia masi. Ke toki ewa beni au ke hea tu ala whatai. Ke tonga na kau ewa kau whakai aka lere iau pito. Lere vai malanga, au tatau atu, o malo.
Malo pouwalu, tau maa ki e whatogia, si poupou ki he uitou, ka umaa e manaku ofa ki he pekia. As I said earlier, it's not just a nuclear family. In fact, the centrality of Tongan culture and Tongan life is the kāinga, the extended family, hence these speeches of sharing genealogies and all just gems of history in the family. And I won't translate it. Merino, that's your task, okay, later on. And thank you. Whamaroa te henga hirea ko tau inasi ai. Ko lawe I he programa, ko pia ne whenga maare ki tū mai ke wheloaki, ka koe angai tau whanonga, ko kore atu kāinga. Ala, mu tokon me ke te au, tau tolo isi I ai wheloaki, he te be me whenga maare whaka osi anai, ka tau hoka tumua he kongo ngā ai taimi. Pea te whamanata pēo kui ai ki voi momoko I he tā e whare I mui, awhi whakatoa hema, pea te mou wai whakamamaro ki koia, he te tau hoka pē, te whakawheunga ki he taimi, tau mātuku ai mi hen whanong ki malae I he ua pē. Whakahoko kotoa e ua kotoa pē, nai teo ke whakahoko I malae I hen, mā te motoro koe nau toki lawa mai ke mou mea lau ilo pē ki ai. Kahi he mō meni te koe ni, koe whainga maari e mahu I ngaini, ke whakawhe I si I uitou, pēr mo I whanau, ke nau lawa mai, hai e mana of whaka osi, ki si o nau pōturi, ki si o nau roto whare, ko toa e tauwha, o tau hafuhia katoa ai. Manu tuki vovo Halaholo, the widow of the deceased, who is now responsible for life moving forward with calm, peace and unity. Manu?
Tapo ki he awhia o tō aiho taulotolotonga. Tapo ki hono potop tapuni. Whatapo atu heni ki ek no pere ai nea whio, ek no pere wahai. Tapo mo eki tui loko mana tuita, tui hala whatai pia mo hou eki. Whatapo atu ki he tau mua e peki a, whewhine ko le wini wuna tau moi pe au. Whatapo ki he whare matapu le, ahi o lakai pia mo tau moi penu. Whatapu ki he whatahaanga whalau maarie o i kai ngā lotu pahai o Pittsburgh. Kau whaiwhe kau mo i taula eiki o taulo nuku i he whareni. Whatapu whoki ki he ulumotu a, whamiri whae, whamiri tamai o peki a. Si kau ngā aue i he Contra Costa County. Ki hok whamiri, pehe ki he si ngahi kau ngā mea i he tano a. Moi maheni, moi kai ngā ofa kotoa pe, o mausi i lava mai he ahoni. Pea talangata he i a te au o whai ki toa mama o atu. Kai a tā mo au. Ai whai ngā maari eni. Ke whai atu haki i tala noa me rie. Ki he tangata. Ok tu unga i e tau whakataha i he ahoni. Ka koe whae tangata. Koe toko ua. Koe tuonga ane, koe tamai, ka ko hokhoa o whaanga, ki he taengata. Ko si i siao si Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo, ne iloa e toko lahi, ko George, pe ko Taufu'i. O ku ikai ke ilo i he whine motu ane, pe e kamata mei whee. O tuku ki whee. Pea e po ure ahoni, ahono whakamata lai, e ulu ngā anga hok ofa anga. Pe ko si oku leu mawhana. Hange e pe ko ia oku mou mea i, ko e toki tau pe ni e taha, mo mahina e nima. E mahoko koe huse pāniti. Pea moe waifi. Pea ke manatu ki he ene whakawhakahua mai ki e te au. E tuki vovo, o hange ha tau e tolungu fulu e tano whomari. He nā maka whataha, ua ngā taha, whiongo ngoi i he mea kotoa pe. Pea ko honau tuu ki mua. Ko ofa, aia nā ne hai aki ki maua, e manofo whamiri. Kei tō mai be mua. Ha taha e ulungaanga i tangatani, tālu pia mehe tahimi, ne mawhua whetau laki ai. Te eki ke whau homa whamiri, ok pau mau pe ke telefoni mai ki te au. Ki e ku ki ngā ue kou whakakaunga tā maki ai, ko e ngā ue ki vai. Ke whai haa mā lotu, i he o nō pongi, ke kamata aki aho ma aho ngā ue. Pea e pau pe ke toi tāri mai ki te au, whakafuafua ke taimi hawhe tahataha, ke tahataha po uri, ke whakahoko haa mā lotu, kai tau whai e mā lolo i he whiawhiko ia. Ne mawhai pe he ai pe, o au mai ki he ene mālolo. Ne ikai ke kau mai e whanau i he lotu i he pouri. Kou hi ke nau si tuku pe ke nau mālolo ki he ako. Kai whakaoho vale i he mōni te o wike ne si mālolo ai. Na ane talange ki ene whanau. Sane, Melino, Moana, Andy. Kua pau ke mau kau mai ki he lotu i he whiawhi, pia te tautari ko toa pe ke ose ngawe a manu i he hawhi tahataha ke tahataha po uri. Pea ne talange hen ke ne whanau, pea na mau whai pe he pe, me he monite, tu site, pule lulu, toa pule lulu. Pea ne talange he whanau, tau malolo he whalaite, ko e weekend ko e ni te whataungia aki, ke u whetu utaki, ki tonga, ki hoki te hina, tupo anu, ke kau mai e whanau i tonga, i he lot family. Pea na ane whakakau-kau, ke whakahoko ia, i he moni te uwi ke taha. Pea wholau hola ia. I he heng sāpate. Ko e tangata manako ki he whaalotu, pea ne mo ui ake. He koe mau anga iwi ia, ki he whanonga anga. I he eku whakatonu lea ki ai, ne hange ha ange lo hifo meilangi, ai ulunganga i tangatani. Kua to'o pe e eiki, ai lelei taha, kai tuku mai ki tau tolu, ke tau whei ngā hake, ke mauha vai ua. Ko Taufu'i'aevalu, ko tangata fofonga marimari. Tari lelei e taha kotoa, pena ikaia ke nofoia ke ita ki hataha. Fia maupe ke wheiloaki, mo wheohi, mo tokoni ki hataha pe o tatau i he whaamiri mo ikai whaamiri. Nai manako maupe ke mangauhi ha mea tokoni, ko uhi ke mafotu atu ake, ke whaamiri i ha whatongi au whai. Ko e loto veke, mo e loto fie foaki, pea toi mahulu hake o ka pau koe whakahoko ki haku whaamiri. O toi ka lasi kehe atu, ene fie ana ki ai. Koe tangata ofa tō whaafine, mo whakaapa, mo whakalau noa, kia ki nau tolu i he taimi hono kotoa pe. O tatau pe i he taimi o whainga maharie, mo whainga tāmaki. Koe tamai ofa i he whanau, o lawe monu ai, e kua ngohua i tonga. Teke ki nau tolu, ke nau tokanga ki he ako, koe uhi ke mao hakahau lelei, pea ke nau whakaau ngai lelei, e taimi ki he ako, whainga mālohi maupe i he taimi hono kotoa. Whakamālo heni, ki he whaea whanau, taska, i hene o hake lelei mo Taufu'i, e na whanau, o nau hoko ki whanau lelei, mo ofa mo onia te au. Keu hoko, koe whae honoua, kia Andrew, Sane, Melino, mo Moana. Ek no pere wahai. Ka taki mua keu ki whaia taki talanoa whakatua. Whekau aki, pea moe weekend e whakaosi ai, ai mo ui ai pekia, pe ko Taufu'i'aevalu. I he Aho Tokonaki, ko no taha o sānuari, ne whakaawhe ange ai tau mua ai pekia, ke malawa mai ki apsiasini, o whakahoko ai e mau mea tokoni whakaosi o wike lotu, ko uhi he na nau teu i, ai mea tokoni ki ai. Ko ia ne malawa mai i he tokonaki, whakafuafua ki he taimi taha waho ata, ka mata mau mea tokoni, ko whakatoka ngai atu hoku hoa, o hange ko o ngau e ke tuu ke olunga whaihalea. Pea ne tuu ki olunga, whakawheiloaki ia, hoko atu pe mohono whakawhiro ake o oku. Pea whai ene lea koe manat me lie ki hono tua whewhine, ko Pauline Vuna, ko ne si pekia, ne kau i he siasine. Pea ne whaalawa mai ki ai, o kau i he whakataha i he lotu, i he ngahi tau ki mua nge. Pea koe whaka osi a ene lea, ne pehe ia. E Hillsdale, ko hau he aho ni, ko hau a whoaki a toho koa. A manu tuki wowo halaholo, ko hono sien. Pea hoko atu ene lea ki hoku kāinga, oku ne toka ngai a youth ai si asini. Pea ne volunteer e fie hau, o tokoni ka pau e fie mau ke hau o lea, he kohono mala e ia. Osia, pea ne tala mai ki a te au. E hau o omi au ki he lotu i he sāpate, kai taha koa, ko hengi ia, ne maawa ia tangatani ia, ke nofo ki he taloni o langi. Ko huse pāniti, ofa mo tōnunga. I he anga o ema whiohi, whakaapa-apa, mo tokoni mau peki a te au. Neo ngoi whaingata, pe au tupu koso ko hokoni. Ai ki wā i taimi, ne mahoko ai, koe huse pāniti pia moi waifi. Ko whawheta i peke o tua. O kune hoko koe pou au, pia moi pou māma, ke ne tataki ho mau whanonga. Fie whaka o atu heni, tangata Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. Ai ofa pia me wanoa. Me he whanau me tonga. Mako aia, musein whakalelu. Tupoa anu mo mai ngā tonga. Moe kotoa, hoku ki whamili me tonga. Mā lo lahi mea kotoa. Pea ko tauangi ai pe ia whamiri halaholo. Ke tau laka atu me loto toa. He ia ato nai, ko tau ngahi matawai. Toka, si hoku huse pāniti. Tōnunga, mo ofa, i he meri noa eiki. Malo mo tua whai.
Malo manu, e ofa to e whamiri o noka toa kia te koe. I now call on Andy. Please come forward. Andy is the elder son of Taufu'i, of the 4 children. Andy?
Hello there, everybody. My name's Andy, and I think Uncle Taufu'i'aevalu probably summed up what was going on during the era when I was born. He knew my mom, Renee. It didn't really go well. Me and Fu'i came up north. We stayed with Nerissa, and eventually I left to New Zealand. I love Pops, man. I always thank him. I'm glad I ended up, especially in New Zealand, growing up with the extended family, his sisters, Bo, Manu, Law. When my cousin Ben died out there, I had returned to the States, and that's when Sane was born. So I became the youngest, and then I had to bear responsibility because I was now the oldest here in the States. But amongst living with Sane and Daska, I always wondered about my mom. I thank my Halaholo family for looking after me. You know, it's sad that my pops is gone, but I'll tell you a story. We had a family friend named Isi. And Isi he had a son, an autistic son. And this kid used to always call Pops. He would call him just a random stuff. And one time, Fu'i was telling me, he's like, man, I block his number and he still call me. And it's sad because this kid would call my dad to remind him about devotions. He'd call him, hey, Fu'i, we got devotions at 5, devotions at 5. And, you know, there's a lot of kids affected by this, but, you know, if he's here today, you can always call my little brother whenever you can. You remind him about the devotions. It was hard for me to come. You know, they just buried my Aunt Nasa. She was like another mother figure to me, man. I know those guys are together. They always talked about, you know, being with Sane, with Grandma and Grandpa. Also, Uncle Kite, I miss all y'all. Love you, Fu'i. I promise to be there for, you know, you, Sane, Mo, you know. No fatu.
Malo Andy, Sane, please come forward. Kasi ohe finelahi eni o e pekia, asi ko hengoa kene whae hange koe kumu me ai.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to celebrate my dad's life today. Oku o ko leheni ke o hufanga he whakatapuko o osi au whaki. Please allow me to continue my speech in English. My name is Sane Halaholo, and I'm George's first daughter with Daska Babcock. And I was named after his beloved mother, Eli Sane. Ever since I was a baby, there were a few ways to tell if you were in the presence of my dad. If a guitar began magically playing out of nowhere, if you heard someone start laughing really loudly at their own joke, or if a Bob Marley ringtone went off on really loud volume. My dad has always been loud, extroverted, and confident, and that's the worst thing when you're a really shy, insecure, introverted kid like I was. He had no problem singing or dancing in public. He looked at strangers with the same smile and sparkle in his eye as he did with his closest family. A gifted public speaker, he would get up on the spot to say a speech or even MC a whole event, and he made connecting with people look easy. As I grew up and out of my shyness, I found myself emulating a lot of my dad's best qualities. Throughout my childhood, Dad did a lot for us. He cooked and cleaned. He came to my soccer games and my musicals, took me to Baha'i classes in Bosch, and so much more. But one thing that I'll always remember was how much he loved to drive. Driving with my dad was so fun because it was like our own concert. We'd put on a Tevaka or Soweto Gospel Choir CD, and we would just sing and sing and sing. And when I was really little, he'd put all of us, Eni, Nani, Liwa, Fita, and many more, into the minivan and drive all the way to Monterey or Santa Cruz so that we could go swim in the ocean. And when Melino and Moana came along, we did that as well. And as I grew older, my relationship with my dad honestly had some ups and downs. It was not perfect. He was sometimes confused by the aspects of American teenage life. One time I asked my parents if I could sleep over at a friend's house, and his response was, "Why do you need to do that? You have cousins. They're in Pittsburgh." Annie and Nani are like much older than me, so that was kind of confusing. When I told him I wanted to go to college to study opera, he was unsure, and he asked, "What are you going to do with that?" I told him, if I can make one person feel better with my singing, then I will have succeeded at my job. That resonated with him deeply, and he did quote that conversation many years later as a reason why he supported me and trusted my choice. When I went to college, our relationship blossomed. My dad became my rock, my confidant, and my #1 fan. He would drive down to Long Beach 2 or 3 times a year to see me in operas and concerts. But I think his favorite trip was when he came to watch me graduate from Cal State Long Beach in 2019. At that graduation, I went up to walk the stage, and the announcer had to pause before he said my name because he needed to practice it in his head. In that pause, I looked out at that football field of people, and before I could even start to worry about how long it was taking the guy to say my name, from the other end of the football field, I heard one voice really loudly, "Sonny Halaholo!" He couldn't wait. He couldn't wait to watch me graduate, so he took matters into his own hands. And when I moved to Cincinnati later that year, he flew out to help me move in and get a new car. We had a lot of fun walking around because we both found out that cities like Cincinnati in the South decorate with taro plants. So we had to look at every single taro plant, and he was super happy to see that they were all very healthy. A couple times I had to stop him from digging into the dirt to get it out. Despite the distance and cost, my dad flew to Cincinnati anytime I asked, and sometimes when I didn't. I once told him over the phone how much I was dreading moving to my new apartment after school ended. He ended up booking 2 round-trip tickets within 4 weeks of each other so that he could attend my graduation for my master's and help me move into my new apartment. And that's just the kind of man he was. I knew it was hard for my dad that I was away from home for 10 years, but he never made me feel bad about it. Instead, he made it a priority to check on me regularly, and I got used to hearing from him, usually on Saturday or Sunday, a FaceTime call with Lino and Moana at our favorite pho place in Pittsburgh. After he passed, I went through the voicemails that I had from him, and almost every single one was just him calling to check on me. He was really good at those small but thoughtful steps that it took to maintain a relationship. And because of that, I'll be able to carry his voice with me for the rest of my life. The day I found out I had been hired for my first professional opera job, I was home in Pittsburgh getting ready for Uncle Liwa's wedding. I had gotten an email, so I told Dad I had to make a business call, and I went upstairs. When I came back down, I was emotional, so Dad got really concerned, and he asked me what happened. And I tried to tell him, but I just started crying instead, but I managed to say through my tears, "I got a job." And he jumped up and he gave me a big hug, and we were jumping up and down. And he was saying one of his favorite phrases, which was just keep climbing until you reach the mountaintop. My dad had a lot of wonderful qualities, but the one that I grew to appreciate the most was his ability to admit when he was wrong. I think this blossomed in him as he got older because he had an open mind and a willingness to really listen to people. One time, not too long ago, I told him at the end of one of our casual phone calls that something he had done had hurt my feelings, and it wasn't big, it wasn't intentional, but it still hurt my feelings. He was surprised, he apologized right away, but I could tell he was still thinking about it when we hung up. A few minutes later, though, I received a very heartfelt apology over text, where he acknowledged my concern, validated it, and promised that it wouldn't happen again. And it didn't. My dad was one of the most emotionally aware and intelligent people I've ever known, and I only wish I could have had more time to experience it. Losing my dad has been the greatest pain I've ever experienced. Looking back, every day that I have spent on this planet while he was still on it feels more meaningful, whether I was in his physical presence or not. Looking ahead, every day without him now feels like I'll be lost in a maze. I keep thinking that I'll look up and see him walk through the door with his baseball cap and ask, "Wanna go get pho?" I am utterly heartbroken to know that he will never walk me down the aisle or meet my children. Those will be my biggest regrets. However, I'm grateful he got to meet the love of my life and celebrate our decision to get married, which, by the way, he was already well into planning my wedding by the time he passed, with everyone except for me. I found out a lot when I got back to the Bay. I'm also glad that he got to hold baby Kite, Lisa Ann's son. Baby Kite will always have a special place in my heart as the last baby that my dad ever held. Dad, sometimes I feel like you left us so quickly because your heart was pulled in so many directions at once. I like to think that this was the only way you could be with all the people that you loved at the same time. You showed the world what it was like to live with your heart on your sleeve, and you empowered so many others to do the same. I'll cherish the 28 years I got to spend with you for the rest of my life. All the ups and downs, the laughter, the beach trips, the pho dates, the barbecues. Please watch over us as we continue down this path without you. I love you forever, and I'll see you at the mountaintop.
Thank you, Sani. Thank you, Sani, for having the courage, the spiritual courage to open up your hearts so that we learn how your dad was a wonderful, loving father to each and everyone in the family, but especially for your children. Merino, your turn.
O kore, ke ho whanga he ngai whakatap. Kua whaki, kai tā ka whai, haki whakahoha. My name is Merino Atame Halaholo, third born of Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. And I don't have a story of my dad to bring today, but I have a story that meant more to him than anything he's ever lived through his whole life. I would like to share one part of my father's connection with the Baha'i faith, the Tablet of Ahmad. Ahmad was a boy who wanted to find a spiritual truth, of whom he had heard rumors. He spent his entire young adult life looking for an answer. And one day, after trials and tribulations, sickness, and thousands of kilometers traveled by foot, he found it. He found the one who could answer his questions and the one who made the void in his spirit to be fulfilled. And after a period of events that were, quote unquote, beyond the power of anyone to describe, Ahmad could no longer see Baha'u'llah, who instead wrote a tablet to Ahmad asking him not to follow the manifestation of God when he leaves, and instead to stay where he was and to teach his own cause. As I read this tablet, please do not believe that the words in it only apply to the lives of Baha'is, because its purpose is another reason to continue our search in life, with the knowledge that whichever faith you belong to, culture you know, language you speak, that your path is of that higher than ourselves, and that there's a reason for even the worst pains in this life. He is the King, the all-knowing, the wise. Lo, the nightingale of paradise singeth upon the twigs of the tree of eternity with holy and sweet melodies, proclaiming to the sincere ones the glad tidings of the nearness of God, calling the believers in the divine unity to the court of the presence of the generous one, informing the severed ones of the message which hath been revealed by God, the King, the glorious, the peerless, guiding the lovers to the seat of sanctity and to this resplendent beauty. Verily, this is that most great beauty, foretold in the books of the messengers, through whom truth shall be distinguished from error, and the wisdom of every command shall be tested. Verily, he is the tree of life that bringeth forth the fruits of God, the exalted, the powerful, the great. O Ahmad, bear thou witness that verily he is God, and there is no God but him, the King, the Protector, the Incomparable, the Omnipotent. And that the one whom he hath sent forth by the name of Ali was the true one from God, to whose commands we are all conforming. Say, O people, be obedient to the ordinances of God, which have been enjoined in the Bayan by the glorious, the wise one. Verily he is the King of the messengers, and his book is the mother book, did ye but know. Thus doth the nightingale utter his call unto you from this prison. He hath but to deliver this clear message. Whosoever desireth, let him turn aside from this counsel, and whosoever desireth, let him choose the path to his Lord. O people, if ye deny these verses, by what proof have ye believed in God? Produce it, O assemblage of false ones. Nay, by the one in whose hand is my soul, they are not and never shall be able to do this, even should they combine to assist one another. O Ahmad, forget not my bounties while I am absent. Remember my days during thy days, and my distress and banishment in this remote prison. And be thou so steadfast in my love that thy heart shall not waver, even if the swords of the enemies rain blows upon thee, and all the heavens and the earth arise against thee. Be thou as a flame of fire to my enemies, and a river of life, eternal to my loved ones. And be not of those who doubt. And if thou art overtaken by affliction in my path or degradation for my sake, be not thou troubled thereby. Rely upon God, thy God, and the Lord of thy fathers. For the people are wandering in the paths of delusion, bereft of discernment to see God with their own eyes, or hear his melody with their own ears. Thus have we found them, as thou also dost witness. Thus have their superstitions become veils between them and their own hearts, and kept them from the path of God, the exalted, the great. Thus have their Be thou assured in thyself that verily he who turns away from this beauty hath also turned away from the messengers of the past, and showeth pride towards God, from all eternity to all eternity. Learn well this tablet, O Ahmad, chant it during thy days, and withhold not thyself therefrom. For verily God hath ordained for the one who chants it the reward of 100 martyrs, and a service in both worlds. These favors have we bestowed upon thee as a bounty on our part, and a mercy from our presence, that thou mayest be of those who are grateful. By God, should one who is in affliction or grief read this tablet with absolute sincerity, God will dispel his sadness, solve his difficulties, and remove his afflictions. Verily, he is the merciful, the compassionate. Praise be to God, the Lord of all the worlds. Baha'u'llah. My dad also took an entire lifetime to find his truth. Him and my mother, Daska Babcock, have both shaped me into someone who has began to find my own connection to my faith. My dad gave me the example of learning Tongan culture with Baha'i virtues. He taught me the ease of finding people you may never relate to and still finding ways to connect to them. Another thing I learned very well was how easily you can make people laugh by simply laughing at your own jokes. On a more serious note, I am choosing the path to the Lord. It is a path where talking to my dad is no longer answering my phone but opening my prayer book or waiting for the day I see him in my dreams. Ala se o tamai o ngo I mo oni si o malolo ka ko e ko toki la hiakeni o go ngo isi o hola kai te fei loaki mo haakau ha aku fa na ha aho o go ngo I ho alu ka ko e toki ka mata pe eni e go fononga I he e taulo tu ka o ko ilo ko ka I he poreanga whakalau maaria o ko ilo o ke wakai mai pehi ke whakalaka si o ko lau maaria.
Malo Merino. Thank you, Merino. And for sure, I know your father is watching over you and the rest of your siblings with prayer and pride. Thank you. Moana?
Malo lelei whamiri, whakatulo atu, Koe ta ahines isi I au e Taufu'i'aevalu ko hoku hingoa ko moana. I would like to acknowledge Lord Vaha'i and Lady Tuna, Tuila Komana, and Tui Halawhatai, and our Fahu Rewin. Thank you to all of you here as well for coming out to honor my dad. Trying to form a speech that was good enough to share publicly was very difficult. It forced me to get my thoughts together and accept the reality that my father is no longer with us. I will have to get used to him not being there to come home to every weekend. I won't get to FaceTime and talk to him about my day. I'll never get his inspirational quotes that he would make up and message every night. He will never get to see me graduate high school. My dad's sudden passing has left me with many things I will have to carry for the rest of my life. With that being said, if I learn anything from my dad, it's to make the best out of nothing. During the period of my parents' divorce, my dad showed up to every sport or school event alone, but he was always the loudest in the crowd to make up for it. He lit up every room with his big, contagious laugh that could be heard in every part of our house. My dad lived the last year of his life married as happily as ever to Manu Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. I'm so grateful for her. He spent his free time eating ice cream and singing karaoke in the living room, even though when my brother walked in, he immediately switched the TV to an NFL game. He was a happy man who saw the best in everything and anyone, regardless of the circumstances. My dad was never hard on me like he was on my siblings. Maybe it's because I'm the youngest or because he knew I wouldn't listen anyway. But my dad would just let me be. Most of the time, he would joke around. He would tell me, "Momo, go get your work done today or I'll take your phone." And then he would go take me to eat instead. My dad's friendly and outgoing personality made him someone that everyone loved to be around. I watched him interact with strangers he just met and befriend them within minutes. He always let us bring our friends over and fed them and looked after them like they were his own, because no matter what, under his roof, everyone was taken care of. He was a man of God, true to the Baha'i faith, which he represented so well through his actions and deeds. He was humble and simple, never doing too much, but gave people the feeling of comfort when he spoke. My dad loved his work and being around the youth. I never appreciated it then, but he always brought me along with him to the children's classes he would teach in Brentwood with Lucia and Linda. He moved with love and passion, always trying to find ways of making his community better. Dad, I know you're in a much better place. You showed enough love to us for a lifetime, and I would choose you to be our dad every time. I'm so proud to have the privilege of being your daughter. When you see me again, I won't be the same Momo bear you left me as, but someone you will still be very proud of. I look forward to the day we cross paths again, but for now, please watch over my siblings and I as we navigate life without you here. Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo.
Malo moana. Thank you, moana. malo ki si whae, moi ui tau, manu tukipo halaholo, ma si whanau, he lava ai pōpua ki opa, moi manatu opa ki si ko se pāniti, tōnu ngā ka maa koe tamai o wheina. Ka inga hange koe nā whaha ki ane nei, e rewa e te tau ngāwe, o ngā ana tūra, o kou kore atu alamu, whamuna more iau, ka tau poka tumua ki he konga hono hoko, kai ki toloi si ai wheiloa ki, kai te pēn ki whawhakare rei, ukai pe whenga maare whaka osi a muiang ki tau wheiloa ki, muru te kei wheiloa mai pekia. Kai whenga maare koe ni, o kou whawhi isi whanga ila mutu o e pekia, ke nā ulawa mai o whai hanau. Manatu me rie, matu aki no pe. So at this point, I'd like to invite the nieces and nephews. And you have been named representing your grandma or your grandfather or your dad, the siblings in the Halaholo family. Please come forward. So for Suliana, Fifita, Korean, I invite Julie. Is it Julie? Yes. Masi mokopuna ni lahi taha I he pekia, o Suriana I vita Halaholo Korean. Ngā whakalotu, ngā whaka whaito o he mo ui, ki o tu Marshall Islands, pia si tō tau, I o tu motu koia I mai kolonisia. Ka kono mokopuna ni Suriana I vita.
Hello, everyone. My name is Suliana Aho. I'm the eldest grandchild of Suliana Fifita, who is Taufu'i's beloved late older sister. I knew Taufu'i as Uncle Fu'i and would sometimes jokingly call him Grandpa. He loved it and would laugh with his big hearty laugh every time he heard me say it. One of my most earliest and cherished memories of Uncle Fu'i was when he came to visit me and my paternal grandparents in Seattle. I was around 5 or 6 years old, and I recall him sitting down with his guitar and seeing the joy in his face while he played and sang Baha'i songs with me, my cousins, and my grandparents. I always appreciated the way he would share his love for the Baha'i faith through music and song, which is why I believe he enjoyed playing the guitar and singing so much, because he knew that through his music, he would be able to joyfully share the message of spiritual elevation with others. The other thing I loved most about Uncle Fu'i was how he always showed up for all he cared for when it truly mattered. No matter how small or big the event was in your life, he was right there. In 2013, Uncle Fu'i and a few others from the Bay Area came up to Seattle to attend my grandfather's funeral. I remember seeing Uncle Fu'i come out of the car when they arrived. And he came straight to me and gave me a really big hug. I will never forget that moment because it made me realize how much love Fu'i has for others. His capacity to show love just continued to grow bigger and wider. And he showed me that that is what life is all about. Uncle Fu'i always made it a point to be present in pivotal moments of those around him, whether that was weddings, graduations, funerals, reunions. He always made sure to support you by being there. He was such an honorable man in every way. He was a very special person with a humongous heart to serve others, and he did it with the genuine, pure love every time. He's going to be truly missed, and there will never be another Fu'i because he was one of a kind. I'd like to wrap up with a quote from the Baha'i Faith on the view of life after death. When Baha'u'llah says, "I have made death a messenger of joy," it gives us not just solace, but hope, not just comfort, but love, not just a wish, but a promise of reunion and light and eternal happiness. Although Taufu'i is no longer physically here with us, his soul continues to thrive as we find comfort in the memories of his life and how he made us feel. And I urge all of us to continue holding that space in the joy he brought to all of our lives through his smile and nurturing character. To Auntie Manu and the kids, Andy, Sane, Melino, and Moana, we love you all very much, and we are with you during this time of grief. Uncle Fu'i, you will be so fully missed in this life, and we continue to pray for your spirit to soar high into the kingdom from this day on. Ofalahayatu, and thank you for being a light to all of us. Malo ofatu.
Thank you, Julie. Malo Siliana, si popa ofa. Tahere Such. Tahere is the elder of two daughters of Manu Halaholo Such, the second eldest daughter among the siblings of the deceased.
My name is Tahira Seal, though my family know me as Hila. I am the eldest daughter of Manu Dala Aho Halaholo Shoots, who is the second eldest sibling to Taufu'i. It's an honor to stand here and share a few words about my wonderful, handsome uncle, Fu'i, a man whose presence was truly larger than life. Uncle Taufu'i had a remarkable ability to bring people together. He was the glue that held our extended family close, no matter the distance. He always made sure that he stayed connected with us through Zoom calls, especially during our family reunion meetings that he led, telling someone they were on mute or telling people to keep to their time limit. I will always remember his booming laugh that filled the room. Uncle Fu'i had a way of creating joy and calmness. Now I imagine the same laugh echoing in the next world where he is reunited with Auntie Nelisa and our other loved ones. Public speaking has never been my strength, but there was something Uncle Fu'i truly excelled at. He loved it. He had an incredible gift for making every person feel seen and valued, and his warmth and humour made him unforgettable. That is why my husband, Anthony, and I my mum told me I wasn't allowed to cry when I did this. I asked them to be the master of ceremonies at our wedding. We were so proud to have him play such an important part on that special day. I will always cherish him for being there, and I know that when Sane walks down the aisle and Melino, Moana and Andy, he will be there in spirit. Uncle Fu'i's love for his family was unmatched. He loved all his siblings and his nieces and nephews. He was a proud father to his four. However, he was a father figure to many. And like people have said, a rock in our family. He was so proud of them, he spoke of them often. And he loved his dear wife, Manu. I'm really happy to meet you, Manu, and knowing how happy you made him. His pride and devotion to them shone brightly, and I could see wonderful traits reflected in each one of our family members here. Our family in New Zealand that could not be here today but have asked me to share their love with him. What comes to mind when they think of him is his unconditional love and kindness. My mum wanted me to share this Baha'i quote, which she feels reflects Uncle Spui's character. A man who does great good and talks not of it is on his way to perfection. By Abdul Baha. As I stand here reflecting on his life, I feel so grateful for the love, the lessons, and the countless memories and impact he had on other people. We will miss him deeply, but the spirit will live on forever to be a part of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tahila. I call on Bahia. Bahia, please come forward on behalf of your mother, Arisi, the adopted daughter of David Dainisani Halaholo. If Bahia is not in the house at the moment, I'd like to call on Annie. The daughter of Nelisa, one of the sisters of the deceased, of course.
Hello, I'm Lisaini Salome Maake. I am Nelisa's oldest daughter, and I'm saying a speech on behalf of my sister as well, for both of us. If any of the nieces and nephews tell you that Fu'i was their favorite, they're lying, because I was. And if anybody has a problem with that, you can sword fight me in the parking lot after this. And maybe that was a double-edged sword, because it's really hard for me to get up here and say goodbye to my uncle. Fu'i became a father before he was a father. And by that I mean he was all of our father figures. Everything my dad wasn't capable of being in the capacity of a father, Fu'i filled that space for me. And for my sister. Fu'i's who I ran to when my life would get hard because he was always just a few rooms away. AKA he was always somehow living with us at some point in our lives. Every time my parents would discipline me as a kid, I would run to the back house when we would live in Burlingame and cry to him. And he would always tell me it was all right, pat me on my head and give me a snack. And then he'd pop in a VHS about recycling and the environment. So eventually I inadvertently learned more than a little kid usually should know about recycling, composting, and the earth, because I was always running to him and crying. But that's also why I credited Fu'i for my A on my senior project, which I did in high school on global warming. A safe space is what Fu'i was, one of many hats he wore: an uncle, a father, a safe space, a teacher, a community leader, an important figure in the Baha'i faith. Before Fu'i made teaching his career, he taught us as kids in very many different, various ways. One was, again, something that had to do with the environment. Composting class is what he made us do. And then many years later, he ran a Tongan language class on Zoom with his kids and us as pupils. Again, a teacher. If any of his nieces, let me see. Fu'i could do no wrong in my eyes. If my mom got annoyed at Fu'i, as most siblings do, I would tell her I didn't want to hear it and to leave my uncle alone. Fu'i was always just within an arm's reach. I loved living with him. He was never too far away. And even when he did move out, I was really sad. I had a key to his house in Orinda That's how much I was always at my uncle's house, either babysitting or raiding his pantry. So imagine my delight when he found himself back living with us in our house in Pittsburgh. He went through a period of a dark time. During that time is the saddest I ever seen my uncle. But I seen the light come back into his eyes when he married Manu. And Manu, I'll always be forever grateful for you for that. Because you made my uncle happy again. Hearing Fu'i moving out again made me sad. But he ended up just down the street. So he was always, again, never too far. I cling on to the notion that Baha'is believe in, that your loved ones are always closer to you in death than they are in life. So I can convince myself that he's still never too far. Thank you. Love you guys. Thank you all for coming.
Malo, Annie. Bahia, please come forward. Read your poem. Keep it short, nice and sweet. And but also say a few words.
Hopefully I've done all my crying. Aloha pa, everyone. My name is Bahia, and today I have the honor of reading a tribute to our beloved Uncle Taufu'i'aevalu, written by my sister Chief, who many of you also know as Sifa or Gia, who unfortunately could not be here with us today. Before I start the tribute, Uncle Taufu'i was a second father to all of us here. Not just to my siblings, but also to our children. So I thank you, kids, for sharing your father with us. You guys didn't know it, but you guys shared your dad with all of us. Aloha pa, family and friends. Uncle Fu'i was a man of joy. He was wise and deeply knowledgeable. He was kind and compassionate. He was profoundly spiritual. To me, he was not just an uncle. He was my second dad, a friend, a mentor, a pillar of strength I never realized I needed until I looked back and saw the many ways his presence saved me. He saved me from drifting away from God, drawing me closer to the Baha'i faith. He saved me from feelings of abandonment and alone. After my father left us, he saved me from thinking the adults in my life were just big old know-it-alls who wanted us kids to live a life of misery. I know now that this is not what they wanted for us, but I never would have changed my way of thinking if it weren't for Uncle Fu'i's constant presence in my life. Uncle Fu'i took some years off from work to be a stay-at-home dad. It sounds easy, right? Oh, on the contrary, it was not a walk in the park. I witnessed this firsthand because when Uncle Fu'i had surgery done on his ankle, he had to rest for a few weeks to a month. So my mom, Alisi, told me to go stay with Uncle Fu'i and Daska and Orinda and help with the kids, so I did. I thought, oh, this is gonna be a piece of cake. I soon learned that was not the case. It was not a piece of cake. It was actually a sugar-free, junk food-free household, but that's besides the point. Oh, except the scraps from the cakes Sane would bake for her friends at school. Anyway, on the first day of helping, I was exhausted by the afternoon. I soon learned how hard it was to do Uncle Fu'i's job. It was physically draining. In the morning, Daska would wake me up, or Sane singing soprano from her room would be my alarm clock. Melina would be eating breakfast, and baby Moana was just waking up. Daska was heading out the door for work. Sane was ready, and it was now time to drive Sane to school, which might as well have been in a whole other country, because for some reason, Daska and Uncle Fu'i thought it would be wonderful to live on the top of Mount Everest.
Anyway, I'd come back home and get Moana and Lino ready, and into the car and drive down Mount Kilauea once again to drop Lino off to school. Then I'd come back home, make Moana something to eat, pack a bag for the park, and head back out. I'd take Moana to the park and spend an hour there, then come home. Moana would take a nap. Now it was cleaning time. When the laundry was running, it was time to hop back on the van with Moana and journey back down the biggest mountain in the whole wide world to pick up Lino. Mind you, I'd have a strap and unstrap both kids every time because obviously Moana couldn't stay in the van alone or I'd go to jail, or Moana would probably hop into the driver's seat and drive the van to Lino's classroom. Anyway, I'd come home and it's only lunchtime, and by this time I'm ready to give up and go home, but I didn't. And the kids needed to eat. I'd try to force Lino to eat his food, but he wouldn't, which didn't matter anyway, because at this time I looked down at his plate, it was on Moana's side of the table, and she'd already eaten it all. Moana loved to eat as a kid, like a lot. Anyway, the kids stayed busy with Uncle Fu'i while I finished the laundry and got something for myself to eat. Back down the highest summit in America to pick up Sonnet from Narnia. I'd come home and tend to the kids before taking Sonnet to run some errands for maybe Mandarin class, a friend's house, or believe it or not, Ultimate Frisbee. That's definitely Sonnet's Balangi side because what in the world is Ultimate Frisbee? Anyway, back home, make dinner, hang out with the kids, bath time for the kiddies, prayer time, then off to bed. When the house was finally settled, I'd sit with Uncle Fu'i and talk for hours. Sometimes Daska would join us, and we'd talk deep into the night. Those conversations remain some of my most cherished memories. Through this experience, I gained immense respect for him, not just as an uncle, but as a father, a nurturer, a role model. The level of care and devotion he gave his children was astonishing. He was the embodiment of gentle parenting, something I had never seen before from a Tongan man.
And 30 seconds left.
Every day, he was fully present, ensuring that his children were loved, guided, and protected. While this makes time for me and countless others who need him much. Aufalahiatu Andrew Sane Melina Moana and his beloved wife, Mrs. Manu Halaholo. He ikai ke ngalo a kapalua, Chief.
Thank you, Bahia. And thank you to all the nieces and nephews for those wonderful memories of your dear uncle. But I believe Annie was the favorite, I think. Yeah, that's what Uncle Fu'i told you. But he told me a few times that there were others too. Love, 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 share, right? Dear friends, thank you for being with us for this part. This is our final Feloaki, saying farewell, final part, and it's only 10 minutes. And I invite those who really want to say to you and to say a word or two to Taufu'i, please come forward. So it's 10 minutes, please. And after that, I will announce the next phase of our program for today. Thank you. Kora whamurat kainga ala, hokat bea e wheloa kia ki moutoru koe ni kumbo whanonga mai, I hala whanonga ki e pekia. Kai hoko atu ai konga, whakaosio e tau programa, e tau lotu awhitai ki o tua I he whia whini. I longa ai au ki toki au tak mai si ane ofa, whia wheloa ki mo e pekia. O kou whakangofu atu I hoku mawhai ko e tataki, e tau whatongia e whia whini, ke toko nima pe I he hala whanonga I he hui taimi taha. Pake whanonga mai mo e whakaapa-apa ke hou eiki, pe koe whare tāpue ni o tua o whai ho whakamāwai, whakaosi ke pekia, pake kātaki atu ki anu whanga. Toko nima pe I he taimi e taha. Ko tio pe ku toko wha, pake tō mai, tau whetoko ni aki, I he whare ngā mamahi tau whanonga I he whiapini, kai lawa ke whakakakato o tau whatongia. Koia I he hoa koe ni, o ko whakawhei, ai tō whiwhine o pekia, ko tupou halaholo, tuitahi, kene kātaki mai o lawa e pio ka alafi o e pekia, ko e hiuri koia, e whai haki pou whalau maarie no pe, ko e si loto ia e pekia, hiuri koia whai ai lotu, tutu nia, ma e pekia. Pea I he loto koia, te whakawhi atu, ke mo mea katoa ki o lunga, pea koe hiria, whai ai lotu I he rea whakapiasia, no pe. Koe hiria te whakawhei, ai whaiwhikau ure whakawahe o sias metodisi, tahenga wahenga o California, koe uhi koe tauhi e whewei tokai aki. O kāinga lotu pahai, mo sias metodisi, mo nawanga ofa, ko tau tai maari ai, o ikai koe ahoni pe, koe mahina whāko hiri, me ngahi aho e tau ki mo atu, e ne kātaki mai o whai haki lotu, whawhiroaki ki he whāmiri, he ko lawe e o maheni, ai whawhikau pia mesi pekia. O ko hinga ki a whawhikau toke tā, sio sai atu I tā, whakapā mai he whawhikau o e siasi, ke whamana more ala ape, o ke lawa mai o whakafufungai, ai siasi, I whatongia whakaosio e honi. Pea koe ne hiria, pea whai e rea ai urumotua, was halaholo, I he whare o halaholo, ki mu aia, pea toki a whangatuku, e tui hala whatai, o whare lahi a niu, o e kāinga halaholo, pea e whakawhiao e hotiki, e me atua lot mahai, pea mo toenga, pea mo tui longo mana, toenga hau eiki, pea tok whakahaere ai pekia ke tau whanonga ki malai. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin in a minute with the biography and then followed by a very brief talk on the subject of life after death, and then to be followed by the obligatory prayer, Baha'i prayer for the departed. And I will give you further instructions in that. And that will be then followed by a Baha'i prayer in Persian language. Before we have closing remarks from Wasi Halaholo of the Halaholo household. And then finally, a vote of thanks by the head of the Halaholo clan, Tui Halafatai Tuita. And then Lord Wahai will depart before everyone else leave the house, and to be led following the casket of the deceased, and we take our journey to the cemetery. And while the biography is being read, those of you who feel like to say one final goodbye to the deceased, please come forward with respect. This is a sacred house of God. And of course, in our Tongan culture, members of the nobility are present, as I said earlier. And I invited, there should be only 5 people at any point in time in the aisle. Yeah? When you see there are only 3 or 4, please take a step and join. In that way, we pay respect, and at the same time, we continue with the program. Thank you for your understanding and patience. Tobo.
Whakawheta ki he o toa mafi, ko ilo ao niu, ko tokai maananga. O ko kore ke hufanga ngai whakatap ko toa pe kua whaki. Ka whakahoko te whatongia koe ni, ko hono wahe ai mo ui a Taufu'i'aevalu Pekia. Ne whanau ia Pekia, si au Taufu'i'aevalu, ia ah tahiwa o kotopa, tahiwa ni mahiwa. Ko ene whae ko ilai sāni, tupou taania me maofanga, ha te iho mo fo ui. Ko ene tangata eki, ko te evita wa Halaholo, minuk alofa, vai ko puna, pia motonga leleka. Ko Pekia, ko whika ono ia, ka ko uloaki, tama tangata i whanau i toko hongo fulu. Ko lahi taha, Suliana fifita popua moho lewa, pone Pekia. Mantala Aho Halaholo shoots, o ku ikai ke lava mai, o ku inu sila. Ne lista Halaholo maake kone Pekia, tule kau whare aloa, liungu mo kon o miheni e ahoni mo tautolo. Tupou Halaholo tu itahe pe fin motoa ku whahoha a. Sias Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo koe Pekia. Sias whaiva Halaholo o miheni mo tautolo e ahoni. Te vita liua kai tau Halaholo o ku ni iheni. Suliana fifita popua moho lewa o ku iheni. Pea mo alisi si mo latu ila koe tamaohi o ku ni iheni mo ia. Koe fuafua tamatangata eni ai ongo mātuani, hili koe a whanau fifine e toko nima. Na e hoko ia koe fifia anga makehe ai ongo mātua ke mau hafoha. Ne whakakaukau ai ongo mātua, tau te whito ke e mau tamai, ke whakahingoa ko Ali Mahomet, ko toko tahama o ingaia i he lot pahai. Na ana toki tari o kau ki ai. Kana e kohole ange e hono tau kete, ke whakahingoa ange ki ai ko uloak foha. Tu unga i he ena wheo fofani, na tau hingoa ai a Pekia ki hono tau kete a ene tamai. O hange pe ko tau hingoa e he tau kete a hono foha lahi, ki hono te hina ko te evita was Halaholo, ko ulumotua o tau i heni moia i he whiawhini. Ne ohi mo whakalekes a Pekia, i ngā e tāke e kina whalau maali a lot pahai. O ne kāwat ke he lau tohi whasāpate, hoko at ke ngahi polokalama whalau maali a tau tupu. O ne pōle ai ke ni whalau at mweni ihi, whakataha mohono te hina, ke ot mot niwa, o whakahoko ai ngahi ngāu e whakalotu, i hono pāo tolo aki, o e lot pahai i he ot mot niwa. Ne ako a Taufu'i'aevalu i he lau tohi pule anga ngere ia, pia ne hoka toai ke hako maalunga ko liahona. O ne lama ia a sivi tutuk maalunga pe koe higher living certificate. Nā ne toa ako foki o mau hono master i he taha o ngahi University Amerikani. Nā ane mana ko foki he musika pia pe he foki mo ngahi sipotike. He konga ki mua i he valungu fultupu, ne hiki mai a Pekia ki Amerikani, o toko ni ia e honong whamili e ne tamai mo ne whae i California. Ne hiki atu a Taufu'i o nofo i ngahi taimi mo ne whae tangata o ne whae tangata o ne whae tui a soa toa i lewa mo no whamili i LA o kei whainga ke whakatau kei e ne mo ui mo i atakai fo o e whonua lahini. Na taimi si ipe i hono tau tonga fultupu na ne whakatafoki e ne mo ui ke whakalolo toi ene ilo mo ene mo ui whalau maari. O ne tuku pai ke alu o ngau e whakaloto, peko ngau e whakapaionia ke ot motu walu, i hono langa hake o lot pahai. Ni hoko ai e lili mo ui ke tamai o e kin, ko en ki moa, pe ane whakatafoki ke whau a hono whamili, pe hoko toi pe ene whenga i he tapa ko toi pe o ene mo ui. Whakatamai, whakalau maari. Ko tangata ofa lahi au pito eni, fia, fofonga mali, ofa whamili, na mauloto lele he taimi lahi o ene mo ui. Na e hoka Taufu'i'aevalu ko tamai ofa o ikai ngata pe i ene whanau, Endi, Sane, Melino, Moana, Makwaya, Museini whakalelo. Ne toe tamai foki, ai Pekia ki hono ki te hina si taha, liwa kai tau, kai pehe ki hono tō whiwhine si whiwhita. Pepe he foki ke whanau a hono tō whiwhine ohi, ko ari si mua lautu ila. Pahia esta sifa mia te vita kutus. Na whakaut mau ko e pekia ki hono whatongia ko ulumotua ki o mau ki family, i hono pao tolo aki a nofo wheo whofani, mo i wonga taha a taha ko toa pe, popo i ai ako me ulunganga lelei, ka pehe foki ki hea koi ene whanau ki ngai ulunganga lelei, mo i lea me ulunganga whatonga. Ne mana ko maa pia Taufu'i ke ne wheo fia pia mo i kāinga ko toa pe, lanu ko toa pe, lotu ko toa pe. Ko iai o kuata e whamalo lo te hounga mo oni, ki he ni ihi ko e ni tau te whito ki hono tō whewhine off, ko ne pe kia i he tau, i he mahina pe e wha ko osi, i he ngahi mahina lai. Na ko ne elisa, halaholo, ma ake. Mo ne whanau, nani mo lisa eni. Na nau tu ta whaaki hono pou i o Taufu'i e ngahi mea ko tau pe o ne mo ui Amerikani. Si whanau atu a soa toa lewa, toa kasi e mo fusti, whanau hono me hektanga, ka e maa a whawhekau, sala maasina, mo wholavuna mo ena whanau, ka tau te whita ki hono o whaanga, a whewhine whahu e ahoni, rewin. Ta pehe kia paurine whakau i ko uhi hako ni pekia, ta mo whanau. Ne hiki mai a Taufu'i, pia mo e lau maari e kohi ana e wheo, na mawanga i he wheo he whewhofan i api ko kau, o hoko a pea i Amerikani. Ko tangata na ikai ke ita, na ikai ke leo kona ki hata, loto le lei he taimi loto a pea. Ofa ta ai whangata o hange pe ko ene ofa lahi mo oni si e mau whae, honoa, si lata heanga halaholo. Ko e nau mo ko loa fungani tahaia o pekia. I konga ki mui ene mo ui, whataha mo matu o tua, i hono ngahi whatongia whakaeta mai, family mo lotu, na ane matu aki fia kakata mo oni i he whau hono family, mo hono waifi o whaanga i loro tangani, si iwi tau, manu tuki vovo halaholo. Ko whetau laki, ai o lau maaria fia, mo ofa lahi, whetaroni aki mo whepopo waki. O tau hea pe ena whanau i Amerikani, pa mo tonga foki. I he melino mo whewhofan mo oni. Pe whakatu plekina e nau mo ui whakasino, whakaatamai, ka mo whalau maarie foki. E wā i taimi nou, ka matu aki whalau maarie mo whiwhia mo oni. O hange ko talaloto a pe kiaki si ono hoa o whaanga, neongo ko e tau pe en e taha mokonga, ka o hange e ha tau e tolongo fulu, a e ta wheo hi whiwhia i hala whonongani. O ko whawhonga i hen a whamiri i whakamalo lo ta honga mo oni me o whalahi i si iwi tau, manu tuki vovo Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. Mo si whanau, enti, saani, melino, moana, makwaya, pia mo sein whakalero. Ofa ke kei tau malingi mai ina kelesi ka te motolo, hoko a te ofa hawa ke ki whanau pia mo tauhi a tofia, ke nau hoko a tono tāpa fua, ai huafa ma oni o toa, mo hoko ko tangata e whonua lelei, o aunga haa. Pea te mau tu ta whaaki, ke whepopo aki mo ofa i a te koe, pia mo ki whanau, ka oa ko hoko mai a tu uni ai o tua maoni oni. Whakapāpātu mo lotu tu au whātu. Hui.
Mā lotu pō, lau e pio kālapi. O ku whiriwa ki pē tau ngāwe, whatatau ki he halapono ngāwe taimi, pē mo e tuu e talamatani. Ko ia ko kimo ke kore ki a moana, ke lawa mai o lau e lot pē ki a. O ko whakawhei, ai whaipikau pūre whakawahe. Whaipikau, toki tā sisai atu ita, kātaki mai, whakahoko e whatongia, whai ha pou, ha lotu nou pē mo whakawhelo aki, mo pōpā ki he pē kia, ke whakakakato e whatongia o whakahoko. Pako ni hiria kulau e moana lotu. Before I invite Moana Halaholo to recite the obligatory prayer, I would like to give this opportunity to the Minister, Superintendent, Dr. Reverend Josiah Tuitai. Please come forward and say your farewell to the deceased, who I understand that you know so well. And because of the respectful relationship between the Baha'i community and this church, that we honor that. And I said earlier, ministers are very responsible to request to be punctual and in time. 3 minutes.
Tulo watu no pere vai. Tulo watu ke whanau mo whamapuna hoiki. Whakatulo watu kia te mōtoro ro katoa, kia whahu, kia tamai o eiki kune hanga whakatataha ki tau tolu. Kau whakatahatu, he whakawhetai, he mo ui ai tamai o eiki koeni. Nai whai bea e whiohia pia mo fui, ko hingo e na mau, lavei. Na koe ahoni ku tau mātātonu, i he koroa whaka i tāniti. Kuhanga he o tua o mai he mo ui a Taufu'i. Lawe ngā monu ai whamiri. I nā siasi, pe lawe ai pe mo community. Pe tau lawe ai mo ki tau tolu. He teu koe ho tau hala. Ai hala ko tau osi ilo ko toa pe. Kua papa, kua pau pe ke tau fōwai. I feel really honored to be called, but I'm shocked and surprised. But at the same time, I praise God for such a life. Fu'i, I knew him from Tonga all the way to New Zealand and back here in California, in Los Angeles. My name is Yosaia Fonua Tuitahi. We have been introduced. I'm part of the clan from Manu's side, all the way to Ha'ano. That's where I come from. And the MC is my older brother. So I just do what a little brother will do, is obey. I'm a pastor. I'm the district superintendent for the United Methodist Church in Los Angeles. I am the district superintendent for the Western District, which comprises of about 84 churches. And I'm blessed to join Paul and Ben and the rest of you to celebrate such a life. Mother Teresa said one time, we don't have to do major things in life. We just do little things, but with such great, great love. And I think Fu'i, that's what he did. He did everything great because he had such a great love in his soul. He shared with all of you. He shared with all of us. And we feel today, yes, it's painful, but we have been blessed because we knew him and yet had some time, short as it may be, that we share such love from God through his life. And we leave this place being blessed and enriched. Am I supposed to say a prayer? No?
Not one. Please. No.
Okay. Let us pray. Wonderful and loving God, with painful and heavy hearts, we come, but we are grateful that you have given us such a gift and such a blessing. Yes, he has gone through a journey, but we have heard from the children, the mothers, the nieces, and everyone who have spoken that yes, indeed, we have been blessed. We pray for strength, for peace, for love, that his memories will remain in our hearts and our soul, that we may take up and make his memories live in our souls, that we do the same that he did, just small things throughout life, but with your great, great love. A whai tauraro ai a whiona ka ke tāri ki mautoro, ka moe whakawhetai, moe whakaapapa, he mo ui ko mau inasi ai. Tā pukina e ui tau, whanau, pia moe whamiri, mo ki mautoro kotoa. Ke mauto o kumuni, ai to o ngā mo ui a Taufu'i. Whai a kia e mau teu teu, ki ha aho ko ke ui mai, pia mau tāri kotoa pe, hange ko ene tāri. Ko a weni,
whawhita e maukoroa whekauau. He huafa ho alo o Sisu Christ ka ko mauwha moui. Amen.
Amen. Hamaroa atu ki he whaiwhekau pūre whapahe, i he talofua ke whatongia, ke whakakato. Ai kou whakawhei a Moana, Halaholo, ke kātak mai o lau ai lotu, tutunia, mai pekia. I invite Moana to recite the obligatory prayer for the departed. And I invite you, friends and all, please stand, please. And I invite you to listen with your heart, mind, and soul to these holy words and guidance from the Almighty.
O my God, this is thy servant and the son of thy servant who hath believed in thee and in thy signs, and set his face towards thee, wholly detached from all except thee. Thou art verily of those who show mercy the most merciful. Deal with him, O thou who forgivest the sins of men and concealest their faults, as beseemeth the heaven of thy bounty and the ocean of thy grace. Grant him admission with the precincts of thy transcendent mercy that was before the foundation of earth and heaven. There is no God but thee, the ever forgiving, the most generous. Allahu Apa, Allahu Apa, Allahu Apa, Allahu Apa, Allahu Apa, Allahu Apa. We all verily worship God. 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 We all verily bow down before 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 God. We all verily are devoted unto 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 God. We all verily give praise 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 unto God. We all verily yield thanks 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 unto God. We all verily are patient in 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 God. We all verily are impatient in God. We all verily are patient 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 in God. Baha'u'llah.
Please be seated. Mogadaki Mekla. Lord Wahai, mai kau tola eki, fefe kau, koe lawa e whaifatongia ka ang Lord Wahai, isi o nau toko ua, whalau maari e koe ni. Kore at ke tukumai whainga maari e ki mua pea ke me atu, ke whai ai whakamalo, me heongo pouturiki e whare o halaholo, wasi halaholo, pea toki whaau si foki, e tui halwatai i tuita. Pea ku mau lava pea e mita nou i taimi alo tāma ki e wholau.
Kowe moa ke o to moa whakatapu ke tolu i taha o tua ku ne a whio hatau lotolotonga. Tau whawhetai pe moa i hene tau lama hao ko ne whai e tau whakataha anga koeni. Whatapu atu ke no pere na whio lotu hai. Whatapu atu ki a eiki kui toko mana tuita. Whatapu atu ki he ulmatua e whataha anga koeni. Tui alwhatai. Whatapu heni ki he whaifikau nā ne whakahoko hatau whatongia he aha koe ni. Kore whamore atu. Ke u whakamalo atu i he talamalo e whanua. Whakamalo atu he talamalo e lotu. A tā mua mo oku ke u whakakakato atu ai ki i whatongia koeni. Koe whatongia ko mana ke whakahoko koe whakamalo. Ka teu to mua whai haki i manatu merie, po haki i manatu ofa, ki he tamai o eki utau i heni ai. Sas Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. Ulu aki, ko tui pene o si hanga e whalavuna o whakakato atu, hamau api tupua i ko kau, moyanga tu e family. Ka kou whiwhaka watu heni, koe peki a, sas Taufu'i'aevalu, kono hinga ana koe Taufu'i'aevalu pe. Koe church, koe whakahingo he tangata eki, mana isio whaiwa e tangata eki, pesa ia he church. Pene whakapipiki pe ia church whakapālangi ki hingoa. Pea i he taimina e whakahingo aia sas Taufu'i'aevalu pea ne kei church pe ia. Ka koe hingoa koe ko hingoa mahu inga ia koe hingoa ia. O eitu loko mana tuita honoloto whare. Ai Taufu'i'aevalu. O tui pene os whakamahino atu e whola i he ene whakamatalai. Ki mau tolu. A kou kore whamarumore atu kau whaimuha ki manatu merie ki he kamata anga. Moe ngata anga e whailoa ki moho ki te hinani. He kamata anga, ko lava mai mi he whanuani, ngahi tau ko mariwa tūku ngalo i te au. Ta mau o ai ki haki i whai aho, koe ki whai aho koe ni. O ki whiramatua ko tui pē, koe ta heine a fuspahulu. Koe whanau i a siuki horewa tonga ko hoku mehi tanga. Te mau o ato koe ki he ki whai aho, ku tala mahi whai aho, koe tau o lunga e ai api ko kau. Koe tāpe koe whasi, ko hopo masa, Taufu'i'aevalu ki loto tau o lunga. Mone kaila peke a te au, he nau toki hao pe au ke whonuani. Ko loto ngā alua kore hola siringi, ke whakapawhai a ke whakapare. Pako e kumao koe ki i mea kuku alua tu. Ku tōtoko kore atu, ke mai pe mua e ahine koe whai aho ke hao tau o lunga. Pako ne hao ko tau o lunga ko pe, ko tō ki lalo si asia, o to koto i lalo he whari ko pe, tutu ki o lunga maha siringi. Tama e sias, Taufu'i'aevalu ka te au, koe ai ke mahino ka koe kiwi o ke ima alunga ke pe i kare. Pau pe, si, tak fuoloa pe nofo a. Taufu'i'aevalu i whonuani, ko hinga ia e kumanatu meri, koe kamata anga ia e kuhau koe ke whonuani. Ia no ngata anga koe wike mahala pene ua me ai. Nau toki tau mai ai kuwholau. Karanga e tangata ke hua mua ke mau ki kai me a kai koe, hinga koe whahu kone a. Oku me a, na e whoki mai me mau ki apisia na e whai. Pea kuloto a Taufu'i'aevalu ke ni ngaha ki me a kai. Pōpatu au sirini ako. Tamai Taufu'i'aevalu, os mau au, koe pokatunu e me pau alu atu e kai, mau pe kurea mai tangata te au. Whahoko e tau meko, tang whahoko e koe, e ko koe na ke whai. Whahoko rewa e tangata. Pea maa whana pau, toki whai au e rea, e mau ki whakataha. Ka inga ne, maa whana e mau ki whakataha. Mau tangotu peki la lo, ko rea mai tangata ka te au. Ko sa laolo, fulahi ho alu, ai mo ke hao ke tau ai hatau ki whakataha, o ke ko hatau whakataha pe i ha whaingata. O rang iyo. Kone aspeko tu ia ki o lunga rea ko uloto ke whai ha whakataha, i he mahina koe ni ka hoko. Pau tau ia sai pe. Weke koe na e peki ai, ne toi tā mai a ki au. Kore mai ke kanseri pe mu e whakataha. Ta koe te uhola ia e tangata. Ka tau kanseri pe tau whakataha tau toki whakataha i maha asi. Se kouki i mo ua. Pau tangi, okei. E kua ngoi ko tala noa ange ki he witou. E na matangutu ko tala noa whakaosi koe moe peki a. Koe na e hanga he witou. Whamore pe hou e ki na ungari whakamatatu ai tala noa. Ka koe maa whana pe he te umawai moe toko ua koe. Pea kou rea tu ke peki a. Koe haina ne ngahi e ki luu koe ni ngako pehe. Tamai e Taufu'i'aevalu ka te au. Koe hoa ofa anga. Pau pea tu, aia. Tamai koe hoa koe ni, o kia e matarite ki he ngata anga. Pau kou whaampe ke e manu ke manatu e rea e tangata. Koe ne rea ke tarite, kai ki ha amana ki e taha, e hoko, ha whaahinga, a mahi peheni tau iai. Ka nea ngoia, ko sihova na ane whoa ki. Ko sihova pe, ko ne toi to'o. Tau taimilahi, tau whakakaukau pe ha mea ko hoko. Ka whakata pe he o tua ia, e mea ko toa pe. Whakata pe ia whaingata a. Ke riu kawa ake tau mo ui. Ke tau manatu ki a te ia, he taimi ko toa pe. Te kaingata hai. Kai whakafoki, a e tau ulaki o wha ke nofo mao pe i he eiki, he koe tau whanonga ia. Pamai more nā fulolo, kau wha ta whakamaro. Whamalo atu. No pere na fio. Lot vahai. Kai uma e kui loko mana. Whamalo atu e te alfatai. Koe mauki whatahaangani kua koroa ia. Kua langi ia ho mou mea mai. Langi ia ai. Hoku ki loto whare masua. Whamalo atu ke te mou tolu hono kotoa. Ka ingatai ko whamalo heni. Ki he sayone koeni. Toko e potungau e koeni. Hono whakawhainga maari e mea kotoa pē. O tau kau whamalo atu ki a whaiwhikau sa masi navuna. Ki he kroa lotu wholofola na e whoaki. O ku hoko ia koe tāpuaki e ke teki mautolo. Hoko koe whakanonga mo e whakawhia maari e ke whamiri. Kai mua atoenga haku loto whare. Whamalo atu ke hinga o ngō whamiri. Whamiri ko ia o e witou. Whamalo atu e ki o whita. Mo tū mai. Tau mo umataha. Whanau ke whanau a hameti. Ho mo tū mai ke tau mo umataha o whakakakato e whatongia. Hoko ko e whakawhiewhia. Ko more ai pe whaingata ia. I ho mo unu mai o tau kau whakataha. I aha koini. O whamalo te kainga ofa kotoa pe ngahi maheni. Ho mo whakawhainga maari ho mo taimi. Ka mo rawa mai. Ke tau whakaapa-apa. Ke tau whakailongai. Asi oku ki te hinani. Peneo ngō koe māwae. Koe alu hei kaito e whoki. Ka koe uhinga lahi pehe tau na whoko e tau māwae koe ni. E anga e tau whehui whakamāmani. Ha koutoi. Ko whanongo ki he historia o e tamai o e kini. Ko whakaamu ke peheha ku historia. I he kahauna. Ka ko repeke o tua. Kene tataki. Hoku mau ki whamiri. Koe kuhingoa ko te vita was Halaholo. Koe ihen koe ulumatua e Halaholo. Koe anga e mau tuu. O kulahi. A Daniela Taufu'i'aevalu. Ia sione fina ulahi. Ai ko Daniela Taufu'i'aevalu e o ki aia e tue loko mana. Te moe ulumatua. Ka koe sisi i rewa fina ulahi aene o koe. Ka koe taimi pe koe fotoa ulua. Oro mui rewa kau tama ko whai whatongia ke ta whaaki o whakahoko whatongia mi ai. Ka ko whakamalo atu. Ki totaha kotoa pe tau i he malu e pangai koe ni. Whamalo atu ke whahu. Ka inga tae ko whamalo ki he emasi. Whatongia whaingata aku ke whakahoko. Whamalo atu he mea kotoa pe ku mō whai au mahe whanau. O kāinga ofa kotoa pe ko mō tuku taimi. Ki tau whakakakato ai whakaapa-apa mawahe o e whiaskoini. O kou mauha ofa lahi ka teki mō tolu hona kotoa. Whatauanga ke eiki ke ne whai tāpo e kina. Ai toko taha kotoa pe tau malu i whare koini. Rewa e malanga kau tatau atu.
Whamalo ki a wasi, whakahoko e whatongia, pe neongo ko ngata e taimi, tau whima o ke whakailonga i, ai whatongia ko ngā koe mauluta ai whamiri, pe mo e kāinga. Ko ia, ka tā pe tui halawhai patai tui, ka ke mea mai ke whakailonga i pe whatongia. He kai tuko e waka, kai whai hakakau. Neongo ko onga ai taimi, ko tu mai kau whai whatunga ke whai whanonga ki mau ai. Ko ai pēi ki miniti pē tahasi. Ke kātaki mai, mea mai. Whakaosi, ho tau whatunga.
Tap ke whare tok tapuni. Tap ke aigno pere mahai. Tap mo tui loka mana. Whanau. Whakamabuna hau eiki. Tap ke whahu. Tap ke tangatai kwaiwhe kau. Kai maa hātau laiki. Tap ke hātau hi whanua. Watama ke whamiri. Kai ngā. Sola moi vulangi. Tap ke whanau. E whatapu ki he uitou. Atau whatap makehe. Ke pekia. Siau Taufu'i'aevalu Halaholo. Ai gok tau heni ai. I vea wheni. Tau whakamawai whakaos. Mo whakaketa na wholau. Kai tukmaki whainga maari e. Ke u whakafongai te whamiri. Masiwa. Pata whakamaro ta hunga ia moni. Ke igno bere. Whawhetai. O tuk taimi, ka ke mea mai, i whakarangangi e aho tangata. O ula me ipe ku ke moua, mea siasi, whanua, whamiri, ka o tuk taimi, honga ia moni, ke motuani. Whakamalot ke whanau, whakamapuna hawaiki, hātaki lotu, hātahui whanua, o motoro kātō mui heni. Wene hiri eni, e whakaere pe ki aki i malae. Au ato ai kore. Ka hiri pia malae. Ko e tau tutuku o siia. E kei te whaiha mea. Revere wai maranga. Kau te tau atu.
Wa malo atu tui hawhatai. Mau kātaki o mea ki o lunga. Please be standing. Lord Wahai will be first. Please be seated. Mokatang me he hoki lao. Koe lawa ia e whatongia isaione. Pe ata ke whoki mai e kau tufunga. Koe whatongia ki sino pekia ke teu e whakahaere ki malae. O kou kore whakamore at ala, ko hi koe ala tamaki, ka pao nai whaiha tōnou nou i whatongia. Ka ko pau pe ke whai whakauri ho tau waka, ke whai ai tau whanua. Ko iai, e whai teu teu e pe ki a ke whahaere ki malae, pe te tau whanonga rewa ki malae, ke tūria e tolu ki ai, ke whai ai, whakai ke heka whakaosi ai ai ne wholau. Dear friends, thank you for being here. We are now inviting the undertakers. Please come forward and do your task so that we proceed to the cemetery Cypress Lawn as soon as we can. We should be there by 3 o'clock. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your presence.
Kina vui ke ta du si vui.
Roll it from that end to here. Yep. Hold it tight.
Ke whanongo mai ki hoku leo tangi ki a te koi me hoku loto tata ki au ki he maka malunga i a te au sisu ke whakatolonga mai sisu e koko e pe I ke whanongo mai ki hoku leo te tangi ki a te koi me hoku loto tata ki au ki he maka malunga I a te au sisu ke whakatolonga mai sisu e koko e pe te ngoko mau I o whale o ta e ngata Palala ki o kapakau he o kumbalu te ngoko mau I o ao te wiwa ki a te kosisu Pakamalo ki o huafa o ta e ngata Whanongo mai sisu ki e kukole O kuwhai atu mehe Whanu o e mate E koko de sisu na ake mate Puhu ia e kuhia kotoa pe Whanongo mai sisu ki e kukole O kuwhai atu mehe Whanu o e mate E koko e sisu na ake mate Puhu ia e kuhia kotoa pe Te ngofo mau I o whale o ta e ngata Palala ki o kapakau he o kumalu Te ngofo mau I o ao te wiwa ki a te kosisu Pakamalo ki o huafa o ta e